Mobile, by Sylvester Sko Fourroux. Introduction. The oysters arrived on ice from the bay that morning, packed in wooden crates lined with sawdust and seaweed, their shells still glistening with salt water. Catherine Whitfield watched from the second-floor gallery as enslaved people carried them through the side entrance of the house on Government Street, destined for her mother's table, where 30 guests would gather that evening to celebrate nothing in particular and everything at once, the season, the prosperity, the seemingly endless golden afternoon of their lives. She did not know, could not know, that this would be the last such gathering for 4 years, that the ice would become more precious than silver, that the oysters would disappear from their table entirely, along with the French wine, the white sugar, and the coffee her father drank each morning from a porcelain cup painted with roses. Catherine pressed her palm against the cool iron railing and looked out over the city she had known all her 22 years. Mobile spread before her in the winter sunlight, a jewel set between river and bay, its church spires rising above the live oaks, its streets busy with commerce. Ships crowded the wharves along the Mobile River, her father's ships, among them their masts, a forest of wood and canvas and rope. The smell of the port drifted up on the breeze, tar and timber, cotton and coffee, the salt tang of the Gulf. From somewhere below, she heard her mother's voice giving instructions to the cook. Her younger sister, Louisa, was practicing scales on the piano, the notes drifting up through the open windows. Her brother James was at the warehouse with their father, learning the shipping business he would inherit. Everything was, as it had always been, as it seemed it would always be. But Catherine had read the newspapers. She had listened to the men talk at dinner parties, their voices growing louder as the wine flowed, their words sharp with excitement and fear. South Carolina had seceded from the Union 6 weeks ago. Mississippi and Florida would follow within days. Alabama's secession convention was meeting in Montgomery even now. War was coming. Everyone said so, though they disagreed on everything else. How long it would last? A few months at most. Surely. Who would win the South? Of course. With its superior fighting men and righteous cause, what it would mean: independence, sovereignty, the preservation of their way of life. Catherine was not so sure. She had read enough history to know that wars rarely went as planned, that they consumed everything in their path like fire through dry grass. She had imagination enough to picture what might come: the ships in the harbor pressed into military service, the warehouses emptied of goods, the streets filled with soldiers instead of merchants. But even her imagination could not conjure the whole truth of what lay ahead. She could not see the hospitals that would fill with broken men, the hunger that would hollow out children's faces, the way the city would hold its breath through long months of siege. She could not see herself, 4 years hence, her hands stained with blood and her heart irrevocably changed. A mockingbird sang from the magnolia tree in the garden, running through its repertoire of borrowed songs. Catherine closed her eyes and listened, committing the moment to memory. However, she did not yet know why the warmth of the January sun on her face, the smell of jasmine from the garden, the distant sound of hammers from the shipyards, where men were building vessels that would soon carry guns instead of cargo. "Catherine," her mother's voice floated up from below, "come help me decide on the flowers for tonight." Catherine opened her eyes and took one last look at the city spread before her, peaceful and prosperous in the afternoon light. Then she turned and went inside, leaving the mockingbird to sing its stolen songs to the empty air. The war would begin in 3 months. But the ending of their old life had already started, though none of them knew it yet. Mobile, by Sylvester Sko Fourroux. Chapter 1. April 1861. The news reached Mobile on a Saturday, carried by telegraph wire from Charleston. Fort Sumter had been fired upon. The war had begun. Patrick Callahan heard it first from the foreman at the shipyard, who had heard it from a clerk at the telegraph office, who had heard it from the operator himself. The words spread through the yard like sparks from a forge, leaping from man to man, igniting something in each of them: excitement, fear, a strange wild joy that Patrick didn't fully understand, but felt nonetheless, hot and urgent in his chest. "They've done it," said Tommy O'Brien, setting down his hammer. "By God, they've actually done it." Patrick straightened from the hull he'd been caulking, his back protesting after hours bent over the seam. He was 24 years old, with his father's broad shoulders and his mother's dark eyes, his hands already calloused and scarred from 7 years of shipyard work. Done what exactly? Fired on Sumter, the fort in Charleston Harbor. South Carolina militia, they say, though I'd wager Confederate forces by now. Tommy's face was flushed with excitement. Lincoln will have to respond. It's war, Patrick. Real war. Around them, the shipyard had come alive with the news. Men clustered in groups, talking rapidly, their voices rising. Some cheered. Others looked worried. The foreman was shouting for everyone to get back to work, but no one was listening. Patrick looked down at the ship they were building, a merchant vessel commissioned by Whitfield and Sons, one of Mobile's most prominent shipping firms. They were 3 weeks from completion. He wondered whether it would ever carry the cotton and timber for which it was designed, or whether it would be pressed into service as a blockade runner, a transport for troops, or something else entirely. "Will you enlist?" Tommy asked. The question hung in the air between them. Patrick thought of his father, dead these 5 years from a fall at the docks, his mother, who took in sewing to help make ends meet. His younger sister, Nora, just 16, worked as a seamstress in a shop on Dauphin Street. His brother Finn, only 12, was still in school when he wasn't running errands for pennies. "I don't know," Patrick said honestly. "I need to think about it." "Think fast," Tommy said. "They'll be forming companies by Monday, I'd wager. Every man in Mobile will want to be first in line." Patrick picked up his caulking iron again, but his hands felt strange and distant, as if they belonged to someone else. Everything felt weird suddenly, the familiar weight of the tools, the smell of tar and sawdust, the slap of water against the hulls. As if the world had shifted slightly on its axis, and nothing would ever quite fit together the same way again. Across town, in the elegant parlor of the Beaumont house on Conti Street, Margaret Beaumont was serving tea when her husband burst through the door with the news. "It's happened," Colonel Richard Beaumont announced, his face flushed from hurrying. "Fort Sumter has been fired upon. The war has begun." Margaret's hand trembled slightly as she set down the teapot. Around her, the ladies of her afternoon gathering erupted into exclamations, some excited, some distressed, all talking at once. "My sons," Margaret said quietly, though no one was listening. "My boys." She had 3 sons. Richard Jr., called Dick, was 26 and already a captain in the Mobile Rifles. He had been drilling his company for months, preparing for this moment. Thomas was 23, recently graduated from the University of Alabama, and engaged to be married in June to Sarah Pemberton. And William, her baby, was only 19, still soft-faced and idealistic, full of poetry and dreams. All 3 would go. She knew it with a certainty that made her chest tight. Dick was already committed. Thomas would feel honor-bound to follow his older brother. And William would go, because he was young and foolish and thought war was glorious. Margaret, her husband was looking at her with concern. "Are you quite well?" "Perfectly well," she said, and smiled, because that was what was expected. How exciting this all is. But her hands were cold despite the warmth of the April afternoon, and when she lifted her teacup, she had to concentrate to keep it steady. In the colored section of Mobile, in a neat wooden house on Bayou Street, Elijah Freeman was teaching his daughter to read when his wife, Hannah, came in with the news. "War," she said, standing in the doorway with her market basket still on her arm. "They're saying it's started. Fort Sumter." Elijah set down the primer he'd been using, a dangerous thing to own, teaching a colored child to read, even a free colored child. But he'd never been one to follow rules that made no sense. His daughter Abigail, 8 years old and bright as a new penny, looked up at him with questions in her eyes. "What does it mean, Papa?" What did it mean? Elijah was 42 years old, born free in Mobile to parents who had bought their freedom before he was born. He was a skilled carpenter, respected in his community, careful to never give offense to white folks while maintaining his dignity. He owned his house, paid his taxes, kept his head down, and kept his family safe. But he was not fool enough to think that war between white men would leave colored folks untouched, free, or enslaved. "It means change is coming," he said carefully. "What kind of change? I don't rightly know yet." Hannah set down her basket and came to sit beside him. She was a seamstress, like Patrick Callahan's sister Nora, though they worked in different shops and would never meet. She had clever hands and a quick mind, and Elijah thanked God for her every day. "Some folks are saying this might be our chance," she said quietly. "If the north wins—" "Hush," Elijah said, glancing at the window, though it was closed. "Don't speak of such things. Not yet. Not until we know which way the wind is blowing." But in his heart, he felt it a small, dangerous spark of hope. If the North won, if slavery ended, if his daughter could grow up in a world where the color of her skin didn't determine the limits of her life, it was too much to hope for, too dangerous even to think about. But he thought about it anyway. Catherine Whitfield was in the garden cutting roses when her brother James came running up the path, his face bright with excitement. "Catherine, have you heard? Fort Sumter has been fired upon. The war has started." She straightened, the roses forgotten in her hand. "Are you certain? Father just got word at the warehouse. It's all over town. They're saying Lincoln will call for troops. And then—" He stopped, his eyes shining. "Then we'll show them what Southern men are made of." Catherine felt something cold settle in her stomach. James was only 20, just 2 years younger than she was, but he seemed like a child to her in that moment. A child playing at soldiers with no idea what he was rushing toward. "You're not thinking of enlisting," she said, though she knew the answer already. "Of course I am. Every able-bodied man in Mobile will enlist. I'd be a coward not to. You'd be sensible. Father needs you at the business. Mother needs you here. Father will understand. He would go himself if he were younger." James grabbed her hands, roses and all. "Don't you see, Catherine? This is history. It is our chance to be part of something great, to fight for our homes, our rights, our way of life." Catherine looked at her brother's eager face and wanted to shake him. She tried to tell him that war was not glorious, that men died in pain and fear, that the way of life he was so eager to defend was built on the backs of people who had no choice in the matter. But she said none of this. Instead, she squeezed his hands and said, "Be careful, James. Please be careful." "I will," he promised, and kissed her cheek before running back toward the house, probably to tell their parents his plans. Catherine stood alone in the garden, the roses drooping in her hand. A thorn had pricked her thumb, and she watched a drop of blood well up, bright red against her pale skin. The war had begun. By evening, the city was transformed. Flags appeared in windows, the new Confederate flag with its stars and bars, hastily sewn by eager hands. Men gathered on street corners, talking loudly, making plans. The taverns were full of volunteers to be, drinking toasts to Southern independence and damnation to Lincoln. Patrick Callahan walked home through streets that felt both familiar and strange. He passed the Whitfield warehouse, where lights still burned in the offices. He passed the Beaumont house, where he could see figures moving behind the curtained windows. He passed shops and churches and homes, all of them touched now by the same fever that had seized the city. At home, his mother was waiting. She took one look at his face and said, "You're thinking of going." "I have to, Ma. Every man will go." Not every man. She was a small woman, his mother, but fierce. She'd raised 4 children alone after his father died, and she'd done it with her back straight and her head high. "You have responsibilities here, your sister, your brother." "I know." Patrick sat down at the kitchen table, suddenly exhausted. "But if I don't go, I'll be called a coward. I won't be able to find work. And besides," he stopped, trying to find words for the feeling that had been growing in him all day. "Besides, maybe it's the right thing to do, to stand up for our state, our home." His mother was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "And what about the slaves, Patrick? Is it right to fight for a country built on keeping people in chains? It was a question Patrick had been avoiding all day. His family had never owned slaves, they were too poor for that. And besides, his mother had strong feelings about it, though she was careful who she expressed them to. But most of Mobile's prosperity came from cotton, and cotton meant slavery. The Whitfields, whose ships he helped build, made their fortune shipping cotton grown by enslaved hands. "I don't know, Ma," he said honestly. "I don't know what's right anymore." She came and put her hand on his shoulder. "Then don't rush into anything. Wait, see what happens. You can always enlist later if you still feel called to it." Patrick nodded, but he knew he was lying to both of them. He would enlist, maybe not tomorrow, but soon. Because Tommy was right, every man in Mobile would be expected to do his part. And because, despite his doubts, despite his mother's questions, he felt the pull of it, the chance to be part of something larger than himself. The promise of adventure, of proving himself, of becoming a man in the eyes of the world. He was young enough, still, to think that war might be glorious. He would learn differently soon enough. That night, Catherine Whitfield lay awake in her bed, listening to the sounds of celebration drifting up from the streets below. Someone was playing a fiddle. Men were singing. The whole city seemed to be awake, drunk on the news, on the promise of war and glory and independence. She thought about her brother James, probably lying awake too, dreaming of uniforms and battles. She thought about her father, who had looked worried despite his words of support for James's decision to enlist. She thought about her mother, who had retired to her room with a headache after dinner. And she thought about something else, a conversation she'd overheard at a dinner party 2 weeks ago, when the men had retired to the library for brandy and cigars, not realizing that the window was open. She was sitting on the gallery just outside. "If war comes," one of the men had said, she thought it was Mr. Pemberton, Sarah's father, "we'll need nurses. The army will need women who can tend the wounded." "Surely not, ladies," another man had protested. "That's work for, well, for common women, or slaves. War doesn't care about propriety," Mr. Pemberton had replied. "If enough men are wounded, we'll need every pair of hands we can get." Catherine had thought about that conversation many times since. She had no illusions about her own usefulness in the world. She could play the piano adequately, speak French passably, and manage a household competently. She could paint watercolors, do needlework, and make polite conversation. But none of these skills seemed to matter much in the face of what was coming. Nursing, though, tending the wounded, that was something real, something that might actually help. The idea both frightened and excited her. Ladies didn't nurse soldiers. It wasn't proper. It wasn't done. Her mother would be horrified. But war was coming, and war changed everything. Catherine closed her eyes and tried to sleep, but her mind kept spinning with possibilities. The world she had known was ending. A new world was being born. She wanted to be part of it. Chapter 2. May 1861. The city transformed itself with remarkable speed. Within 2 weeks of Fort Sumter, Mobile had raised 6 companies of volunteers. Within a month, the number had doubled. Men drilled in the streets and in the parks, learning to march in formation, to handle rifles, to follow orders. The sound of drums and bugles became as common as church bells. Patrick Callahan enlisted on a Tuesday morning in late May, walking into the recruiting office on Royal Street with Tommy O'Brien and a dozen other men from the shipyard. The officer behind the desk, a captain with a neat mustache and a uniform so new it still had creases from the tailor, looked them over with approval. "Good men," he said. "Strong backs. We need men like you. Can you shoot?" "Well enough," Patrick said. He'd hunted rabbits and squirrels as a boy, though it had been years since he'd held a rifle. "You'll learn," the captain said. "Sign here." Patrick signed his name, Patrick Michael Callahan, in the ledger, his hand steadier than he'd expected. The captain shook his hand and told him to report to the drill ground at Fort Morgan the following Monday. Just like that, he was a soldier in the Confederate Army, a private in Company C of the 3rd Alabama Infantry Regiment. His mother cried when he told her, though she tried to hide it. His sister Nora hugged him fiercely and made him promise to write. His brother Finn looked at him with something like awe, as if Patrick had suddenly become a hero just by signing his name in a book. "I'll send money when I can," Patrick promised his mother. "The army pays $11 a month. It's not much, but—" "I don't want your money," she said. "I want you to come home safe." He promised he would, though they both knew it was a promise he might not be able to keep. The Beaumont brothers enlisted together, all three of them, in a ceremony that was more like a society event than a military muster. Dick was already a captain, so he simply transferred his Mobile Rifles Company into Confederate service. Thomas and William signed on as lieutenants in the same company, their ranks purchased by their father's money and influence. Margaret Beaumont watched from the gallery of their house as her sons marched away down Conti Street, their new uniforms gray and gold in the morning sun, their backs straight with pride. Other mothers stood in different galleries, waving handkerchiefs and calling out blessings and farewells. It was all very stirring and patriotic. Margaret wanted to scream. Instead, she smiled and waved, and when her sons were out of sight, she went inside, closed the door, and allowed herself exactly 5 minutes to weep. Then she dried her eyes, straightened her dress, and went to find her husband. Colonel Beaumont was in his study, staring at a map of the southern states spread across his desk. He looked up when she entered, and she saw the same fear in his eyes that she felt in her heart. "They'll be fine," he said, as if trying to convince himself. "Dick is a good officer. He'll look after his brothers. Dick is 26 years old and has never seen combat." Margaret said, "None of them have. They're playing at soldiers, Richard. They have no idea what they're marching toward. Neither does anyone else," her husband said quietly. "Amateurs are fighting this whole war, on both sides." Margaret came to stand beside him, looking down at the map. The Confederate states were shaded in gray, the Union states in blue. It seemed so simple on paper, a clean division, an apparent conflict. But she knew it wasn't simple at all. She knew that families were divided, that brothers were fighting brothers, that the whole country was tearing itself apart. "How long?" she asked. "How long do you think it will last?" "I don't know. Some say a few months. Others say years." He put his arm around her waist. "We'll endure it, Margaret. We'll endure whatever comes." She leaned against him, drawing strength from his solidity. They had been married for 28 years. They had built a life together, raised 3 sons, weathered storms, setbacks, and sorrows. They would weather this, too. They had to. Catherine Whitfield began her nursing education in secret, in the back room of Dr. Samuel Morrison's office on Francis Street. She had approached him carefully, knowing that her request was unusual. Dr. Morrison was an old friend of her father's, a dignified man in his 60s who had practiced medicine in Mobile for 40 years. She had chosen him precisely because of that friendship. He was less likely to refuse her outright, and less likely to tell her parents if she asked him not to. "Nursing?" he said, when she explained what she wanted. "Miss Whitfield, that's hardly appropriate work for a young lady of your station." "The war will need nurses," Catherine said. "You know it will, when the wounded start coming back. If they come back to Mobile, the fighting will likely be in Virginia or Tennessee, far from here. But if they do come here, someone will need to care for them. And I want to be useful, Dr. Morrison. I want to do something that matters." He studied her for a long moment, his eyes shrewd behind his spectacles. "Your parents know about this?" "Not yet. I wanted to learn first, to be sure I could do it. Then I'll tell them." "You're asking me to deceive your father. I'm asking you to teach me something valuable, something that might save lives." Dr. Morrison sighed. "You're as stubborn as your father. You know that? Very well. Come to my office 3 afternoons a week. I'll teach you what I can: basic anatomy, wound care, how to recognize fever and infection. But I make no promises about what your parents will say when they find out." "Thank you," Catherine said, and meant it with her whole heart. So she began her education. 3 afternoons a week, She told her mother she was visiting friends, shopping, or attending a meeting of the Ladies' Aid Society. Instead, she went to Dr. Morrison's office and learned about the human body, about disease and injury, about the practical work of keeping people alive. It was harder than she'd expected. The medical texts were full of terms she didn't understand. The illustrations of wounds and surgical procedures made her queasy. The smell of the carbolic acid Dr. Morrison used to clean his instruments made her eyes water. But she persisted. She learned to clean and bandage wounds on the practice dummy Dr. Morrison had used to train medical students. She learned to recognize the signs of infection, heat, redness, swelling, the telltale red lines spreading from a wound. She learned to take a pulse, to check for fever, and to prepare simple medicines. "You have steady hands," Dr. Morrison told her after her third lesson. "That's good. Many women faint at the sight of blood, but you seem to have a strong constitution." Catherine didn't tell him that she went home after each lesson and lay down in her darkened room, fighting nausea and dizziness. She didn't tell him that she sometimes woke in the night from dreams of wounds and blood and suffering. She came back the next week, and the week after that, and learned everything he would teach her. She was preparing for something, though she didn't yet know exactly what. She only knew that the war would need her, and she intended to be ready. In the colored section of town, Elijah Freeman was making his own preparations. He had always been careful with money, saving what he could against hard times. Now he began saving more deliberately, hiding coins in a jar buried beneath the floorboards of his workshop. He didn't know what he was saving for exactly: escape, perhaps, if things got bad enough, or bribes, if they needed to protect themselves, or simply survival, if the war disrupted trade and work became scarce. He also began teaching Abigail more seriously, pushing her to read faster, to write more clearly, to do sums in her head. Education was armor, he believed. The more she knew, the better she could protect herself in a world that would try to limit her at every turn. "Why do I need to learn all this, Papa?" Abigail asked one evening, frustrated with a particularly difficult passage in the reader he'd borrowed from a white teacher who owed him a favor. "Because knowledge is freedom," Elijah said. "Because no one can take from you what you carry in your head. Because the world is changing, baby girl, and I want you to be ready for it." Hannah looked up from her sewing. "You think the North will win?" "I think someone will win," Elijah said carefully. "And whoever it is, we need to be ready to make the most of it." It was dangerous talk, even in their own home. If the wrong person heard them, if someone reported them to the authorities, they could lose everything: their freedom, their home, their lives. Free colored folks in Mobile existed on sufferance, always one accusation away from disaster. But Elijah had lived his whole life being careful, and he was tired of it. The war had opened up possibilities, dangerous and uncertain as they were. He intended to be ready when those possibilities became real. By the end of May, Mobile had sent more than 2,000 men to war. The city was emptying of its young men, leaving behind women and children, older men and slaves, and those few who were exempt from service: the doctors and ministers, the essential workers, the men with enough money to hire substitutes. The shipyard where Patrick had worked was busier than ever, building vessels for the Confederate Navy and for the blockade runners who would try to slip past Union ships to bring in supplies from Cuba and the Bahamas. The Whitfield warehouse was full of cotton waiting to be shipped, though the Union blockade was already making that difficult. The city held its breath, waiting for news from Virginia, where the first major battle was expected at any time. Everyone was sure it would be a glorious Southern victory. Everyone was certain the war would be over by Christmas. Catherine Whitfield, studying anatomy texts in Dr. Morrison's back room, was not so sure. She had seen the lists of supplies Dr. Morrison was stockpiling: bandages and chloroform, surgical instruments and morphine. She had heard him talking to other doctors about setting up a hospital for wounded soldiers, just in case. Just in case the war lasted longer than anyone expected. Just in case the wounded came home to Mobile after all. Just in case everything everyone believed turned out to be wrong. Catherine studied her texts, practiced her bandaging, and prepared herself for a future she couldn't quite imagine, but knew was coming nonetheless. The war was only a month old, and already the world had changed beyond recognition. And this, she knew, was only the beginning. Chapter 3, July 1861. The news from Virginia came on a hot Sunday afternoon in late July. The Battle of Bull Run, or Manassas, as the Confederates called it, had been fought and won. Southern forces had routed the Union Army, sending them fleeing back to Washington in disarray. Mobile erupted in celebration. Church bells rang. Cannons fired salutes from the forts. People poured into the streets, laughing, cheering, and embracing strangers. The war would be over soon, everyone said. The Yankees had been taught a lesson. Independence was assured. Patrick Callahan heard the news at Fort Morgan, where his company had been stationed for the past month. They were supposed to be guarding the entrance to Mobile Bay, but mostly they drilled in the heat, swatted mosquitoes, and tried not to die of boredom. "We missed it," Tommy O'Brien said, his voice thick with disappointment. "The whole damn war. And we missed it." "There'll be other battles," said Sergeant O'Malley, an older man who had fought in Mexico and knew more about soldiering than the rest of them combined. "Don't be in such a hurry to see the elephant." "See the elephant?" Patrick asked. "See combat. Face the enemy. Get shot at." O'Malley spat tobacco juice into the sand. "Trust me, boys. War ain't what you think it is. Be grateful you're here and not there." But Patrick wasn't grateful. Like Tommy, like most of the men in the company, he felt cheated. They had enlisted to fight, to prove themselves, to be part of history. Instead, they were stuck in a fort on a barrier island, doing nothing while the real war happened somewhere else. The fort itself was impressive, a massive brick structure with walls 5 feet thick, armed with heavy guns that could sink any ship that tried to force its way into the bay. But impressive or not, it was still a prison of sorts. The men slept in casemates that were hot and airless in summer. They ate salt, pork, hardtack, and whatever fish they could catch. They drilled and stood watch and wrote letters home and waited for something, anything, to happen. Patrick wrote to his mother every week, carefully cheerful letters that told her nothing about the boredom, the heat, or how some of the men were already getting sick from the bad water and mosquitoes. He wrote to Nora too, and she wrote back with news from home, who had enlisted, who had married, what goods were becoming scarce in the shops. "Sugar is dear now," she wrote in her careful script, "and coffee. Mama says we'll have to learn to do without, but we're managing. Don't worry about us. Just take care of yourself." Patrick folded the letter and put it in his pocket with the others. He was learning that war was mostly waiting for orders, waiting for action, waiting for something to happen that would make sense of why they were here. In Mobile, Catherine Whitfield's secret was discovered in the worst possible way. She had been careless. After 3 months of lessons with Dr. Morrison, she had grown confident, perhaps too confident. She had brought home a medical text to study, hiding it under her bed, and her mother, directing the servants in a thorough cleaning of the house, had found it. Catherine Elizabeth Whitfield. What is the meaning of this? Her mother stood in the doorway of Catherine's room, the medical text in her hand, her face pale with shock and anger. Behind her, Catherine could see her father, summoned from his study, looking confused and concerned. There was no point in lying. Catherine lifted her chin and said, "I've been studying nursing with Dr. Morrison. I want to help when the wounded soldiers come home." "Nursing?" Her mother's voice rose. "You've been studying nursing? Without our permission? Without even telling us? I knew you would forbid it." "Of course, we would forbid it. Catherine, nursing is not appropriate work for a lady. It's unseemly, improper. You would be exposed to things no decent woman should see. The war won't care about propriety, Mother. When men are wounded and dying, they'll need care. Someone has to provide it. Not you," her mother said firmly. "Not my daughter." Catherine looked past her mother to her father, hoping for support. But Thomas Whitfield looked troubled, uncertain. "Catherine, your mother is right. This isn't appropriate. What would people say?" I don't care what people say. I care about being useful, about doing something that matters. You matter here, her mother said. At home, with your family. That's where a young lady belongs, especially in wartime. Not in some hospital, tending to common soldiers. The contempt in her mother's voice sparked something hot and angry in Catherine's chest. Those common soldiers are dying for us. The least we can do is care for them when they're wounded. That's enough. Her father's voice was quiet but firm. Catherine, I understand your desire to help. It's admirable. But your mother is right. Nursing is not appropriate work for you. I'll speak to Dr. Morrison about this. In the meantime, you will cease these lessons immediately. But father, immediately, Catherine. That's final. He left, taking the medical text with him. Her mother lingered a moment longer, her expression softening slightly. I know you want to help, dear. But there are other ways. The Ladies' Aid Society is making bandages and socks for the soldiers. You could join them. That would be a proper way to contribute. Rolling bandages, knitting socks. Catherine wanted to scream, but she simply nodded and said, Yes, mother. When she was alone, she sat on her bed and stared at the wall, fury and frustration warring in her chest. She had been so close. She had learned so much. And now it was over, ended by propriety and convention and her parents' fear of what people would say. But she wasn't ready to give up. Not yet. There had to be a way. There had to be something she could do that mattered, that was real, that would make a difference in this war that was consuming everything. She just had to find it. The Beaumont brothers came home on leave in August, bronzed and lean, and full of stories about camp life in Virginia. They had missed the battle at Bull Run. Their regiment had been held in reserve, but they had seen the aftermath, the wounded men, and the captured Yankees, and the general chaos of an army that had won a battle but didn't quite know what to do next. Margaret Beaumont wept when she saw them, though she tried to hide it. They looked so different, harder somehow, older. Even William, who had left as a boy and returned as something else. We're fine, Mother, Dick assured her. Better than fine. We're soldiers now, real soldiers. They stayed for a week, and the house was full of visitors, friends and neighbors who wanted to hear about the war, young ladies who fluttered around the handsome officers. These older men offered advice and reminiscences of their own military service. Thomas's fiancée, Sarah Pemberton, was there every day, clinging to his arm, talking about their wedding. They had postponed it when Thomas enlisted, but now they were discussing dates again. Perhaps in the fall, when Thomas had another leave, or in the spring, if the war lasted that long, though surely it wouldn't. Catherine Whitfield came to call one afternoon with her mother and found herself seated next to William Beaumont on the gallery, drinking lemonade and making polite conversation. You look well, she said, because it was true. William had always been the handsomest of the Beaumont brothers, with dark hair and gray eyes and a poet's sensitive face. The army had added muscle to his frame and confidence to his bearing. I feel well, he said. Better than I've ever felt, actually. There's something about army life. The purpose, the camaraderie. I know that sounds strange. Not strange at all. I envy you, actually. He looked at her with surprise. Envy me? Why? Because you have a purpose. Something real to do, while I sit at home and roll bandages and pretend to be useful. William studied her for a moment, his gray eyes thoughtful. You want to do more. I want to do something that matters, but apparently that's not appropriate for a lady. She heard the bitterness in her own voice and tried to soften it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't complain. You're the one facing danger, not me. We haven't faced much danger yet, William admitted. Mostly we drill and march and wait. It's not very glorious, despite what everyone thinks. He paused, then said quietly, I'm glad you want to help, Miss Whitfield. When the time comes, and I think it will come, we'll need people like you. People who aren't afraid to do what needs to be done. Propriety be damned. Catherine looked at him with new appreciation. She had known William Beaumont all her life. They had played together as children, attended the same parties as they grew older, but she had never really seen him before, "Not like this." "Thank you," she said. "That means more than you know." They talked for another hour, about books and poetry, and the strange new world the war was creating. When Catherine left, she felt lighter somehow, as if someone had finally understood what she was trying to say. She didn't know that William Beaumont would be dead within a year, killed at Shiloh by a bullet through the chest. She didn't know that his last words would be a line from Tennyson, "Into the valley of death rode the 600. She didn't know that she would nurse men with wounds just like his, and that every time she did, she would think of this afternoon on the gallery, drinking lemonade and talking about purpose and meaning and the things that mattered. All she knew was that someone had seen her, really seen her, and that was enough for now. Chapter 4. October 1861. The blockade tightened like a noose around Mobile's throat. Union ships appeared off the coast in September, patrolling the Gulf, stopping any vessel that tried to enter or leave the bay. The Whitfield ships sat idle at the wharves, their holds full of cotton that couldn't be shipped. Other merchants faced the same problem. The city's prosperity, built on trade and shipping, began to crumble. Thomas Whitfield stood in his warehouse office, looking at the ledgers that told the story of his declining fortune. 6 ships are idle, thousands of bales of cotton are unsold, debts mounting, and no end in sight. "We need to run the blockade," his partner, Henry Ashford, said. "It's the only way. Too risky. If we lose a ship, we're losing money every day the ships sit idle. At least if we run the blockade, we have a chance of profit." Thomas knew Henry was right. All over Mobile, merchants were converting their ships to blockade runners, painting them gray to blend with the sea, removing unnecessary masts, and rigging to make them faster, loading them with cotton to sell in Cuba or the Bahamas, then bringing back the goods the South desperately needed: medicine, weapons, coffee, and cloth. It was dangerous work. The Union blockade was growing stronger every month. Ships that were caught were seized, their cargoes confiscated, their crews imprisoned. But the profits for a successful run were enormous enough to make up for several lost ships. "All right," Thomas said finally. "We'll convert the Mary Catherine. She's our fastest ship. We'll send her to Havana with cotton. Bring back whatever we can get." "I'll make the arrangements," Henry said. After he left, Thomas sat alone in his office, listening to the sounds of the port, the creak of ships at anchor, the cry of gulls, the distant shouts of stevedores. His father had built this business from nothing, starting with a single vessel and growing it into one of Mobile's most successful shipping firms. Thomas had inherited it 5 years ago when his father died, and he had been a good steward of it, careful and conservative. But the war was forcing him to take risks he never would have considered before, and he had a terrible feeling that this was only the beginning, that the war would demand more and more from all of them until there was nothing left to give. And then there was Admiral Sims and the CSS Alabama, which had made several runs through the blockade. The CSS Alabama cut through the black water like a knife through silk, her engines throttled to barely a whisper, her twin smokestacks damped and shrouded to prevent even the faintest glow from betraying her position. Captain Amaral Sims stood on the quarterdeck with his hands clasped behind his back, his weathered face turned toward the northern horizon where the Union blockade waited like a string of dark pearls across the mouth of Charleston Harbor. It was the 3rd hour past midnight on a moonless October night in 1863, and the Alabama, not to be confused with her more famous namesake, prowling the Atlantic as a commerce raider, was laden with 200 tons of rifles, ammunition, medical supplies, and bolts of gray wool desperately needed by the Confederate forces besieged at Charleston. In her hold also rested something far more precious: 12 cases of quinine, worth their weight in gold, to an army ravaged by malaria and fever. Sims had run this gauntlet 17 times before. 17 times he had threaded the needle between the Union warships. 17 times he had delivered his cargo to the wharves of Charleston or Wilmington or Savannah. But each run grew more perilous than the last. The Federal Navy tightened its noose with every passing month, adding more ships, more guns, more vigilant eyes scanning the darkness for blockade runners like his. The Alabama herself was a marvel of modern shipbuilding, constructed in the yards of Liverpool, specifically for this deadly trade. She was a side-wheel steamer, 230 feet from stem to stern, with a beam narrow enough to slip through shallow coastal waters where the deep-drafted Union warships dared not follow. Her hull was painted a dull gray that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, and her profile sat low in the water, making her nearly invisible against the dark sea. She could make 14 knots under ideal conditions, though tonight Sims kept her to barely 6, trading speed for stealth. "Captain," came a whisper from the darkness. It was his first mate, a Scotsman named Macready, who had sailed with Sims since the war's beginning. The lookout reports lights bearing north-northwest, approximately 4 miles distant. Sims nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving the horizon. "How many?" "3, sir. Possibly 4. They're maintaining the station." "The inner cordon," Sims murmured, more to himself than to Macready. The Union had established multiple lines of blockading vessels, an outer ring of cruisers and frigates, and an inner ring of smaller, faster gunboats positioned closer to the harbor entrances. It was the inner ring that posed the greatest danger. Those vessels were explicitly tasked with intercepting blockade runners, and their commanders had grown cunning and aggressive. Sims turned to face his first mate, though in the profound darkness he could barely make out the man's silhouette. "Pass the word, all hands to remain absolutely silent. No talking, no unnecessary movement. Dampen the engine room further if possible. I want us to be a ghost." "Aye, Captain." Macready disappeared into the darkness, his footsteps barely audible on the deck. Sims returned his attention to the sea ahead. The Alabama was now entering the most dangerous phase of the run, the final approach to the harbor. Behind them, some 30 miles out to sea, lay the relative safety of the open ocean, where a fast ship could outrun most pursuers. Ahead, perhaps 8 miles distant, lay the protective guns of Fort Sumter and the Confederate batteries. But between here and there stretched a gauntlet of Union warships, each one equipped with rifled cannon that could reduce the Alabama to kindling with a single, well-placed broadside. The wind had died to almost nothing, which was both a blessing and a curse. The calm sea made for more straightforward navigation and reduced the chance of the Alabama being spotted by the white foam of her wake. But it also meant that sound carried with unnatural clarity across the water. Sims could hear, faint but distinct, the sound of a ship's bell, marking the watch aboard one of the Union vessels. 4 bells. 2 o'clock in the morning. He had timed their approach carefully, the darkest hours, when even the most vigilant lookout's eyes grew heavy. When the cold October air made men huddle below decks, rather than stand exposed on deck. When the changing of the watch created those brief moments of confusion and inattention that a skilled captain could exploit. Sims had been running blockades since the war's first year, but he had been a sailor far longer than that. He was 43 years old, though the war had aged him beyond his years. His face was deeply lined, weathered by sun and salt spray, and his dark hair had gone almost entirely gray at the temples. He had been born in Mobile, the son of a shipwright, and had gone to sea at the age of 12 as a cabin boy aboard a merchant brig. By the time he was 25, he had his first command a coastal trader running between New Orleans and Havana. By his 30s, he owned a small fleet of 3 vessels and had made a comfortable fortune in the cotton trade. When the war came, Sims had not hesitated. Alabama was his home, the South was his country, and he possessed a skill that the Confederacy desperately needed. He had sold his ships, invested the proceeds in purchasing the Alabama from her British builders, and had spent the past 2 years running the blockade with a success rate that had made him something of a legend among Confederate naval officers and a wanted man among Union commanders. But Sims took no pleasure in his reputation. He was not a romantic, not a cavalier seeking glory. He was a professional seaman doing a necessary job, and he understood with cold clarity that his luck would eventually run out. Every captain who ran the blockade knew this. It was simply a matter of mathematics and probability. Sooner or later, the dice would come up wrong. Sooner or later, a Union lookout would spot them at the wrong moment, or an engine would fail at a critical juncture, or a random shot would strike something vital. 17 successful runs. How many more could he reasonably expect? Captain, it was the helmsman, a young Virginian named Pettigrew, speaking in a barely audible whisper. Current's setting us eastward, sir. We're drifting toward the nearest Union vessel. Sims moved to the binnacle and studied the compass by the faint glow of its shielded lamp. Pettigrew was right. The coastal current, combined with their slow speed, was pushing them off course. In another 10 minutes, they would drift within a mile of one of the Union gunboats. "Bring her 2 points to port," Sims ordered quietly. "Increase engine revolutions by 1/4. Slowly. "Aye, sir. 2 points to port. Increase revolutions by 1/4. The Alabama responded sluggishly, her paddle wheels beginning to churn with slightly more vigor. Sims felt the deck vibrate beneath his feet, a subtle tremor that seemed impossibly loud in the silence. He held his breath, waiting to see if the increased engine noise would betray them. Minutes passed. The Union ships maintained their positions, their lights steady and unmoving. No alarm bells rang out across the water. No rockets arced into the sky to signal the presence of a blockade runner. Sims allowed himself to exhale slowly. They were now approximately 6 miles from the harbor entrance. The lights of the Union vessels were more distinct. Now Sims could make out the riding lights of at least 5 ships, arranged in a loose arc across their path. The nearest was perhaps 2 miles off their starboard bow, a dark shape barely visible against the slightly less dark sky. "Mr. Macready," Sims called softly. The first mate materialized at his elbow. "Sir, what's our draft at present?" 14 feet, sir. Give or take a few inches." Sims nodded, calculating rapidly. The approaches to Charleston Harbor were treacherous, studded with shoals and sandbars that shifted with every storm. But Sims had made this run so many times that he had the channels memorized. More importantly, he knew where the Union ships could not follow. "We're going to take the Sullivan's Island Passage," Sims said. "The northern route." Even in the darkness, Sims could sense Macready's hesitation. "Sir, that channel's barely 15 feet deep at high tide, and tide's falling now." "I'm aware of that, Mr. Macready. But the Union vessels draw 20 feet or more. They can't follow us there. It's our best chance. If we run aground, we'll be captured or destroyed," Sims said calmly. "But if we continue on our present course, we'll pass within 1,000 yards of that gunboat to starboard, and they will most certainly spot us. I'll take my chances with the shoals." Macready was silent for a moment, then said, "Aye, sir. The northern route it is." Sims turned to Pettigrew. "Bring her 4 points to starboard, steady as she goes, and pray that my memory of these waters is accurate." The Alabama began her turn, angling toward the dark mass of Sullivan's Island. Sims moved to the port rail and stared into the darkness, trying to pick out landmarks. There that was the old lighthouse, its light extinguished since the war's beginning. And there, that darker shadow against the shore, that would be the ruins of Fort Moultrie. He was orienting himself, building a mental map of the waters ahead. The channel he intended to use was narrow and treacherous, a winding passage between sandbars that required precise navigation even in daylight. At night, running without lights, it was an act of either supreme skill or supreme foolishness. Sims preferred to think of it as the former. "Depth?" he called quietly to the leadsman stationed in the bow. 5 fathoms, sir," came the whispered reply. 30 feet. Plenty of clearance, for now." The Alabama crept forward, her paddle wheels turning with agonizing slowness. Sims stood rigid at the rail, every sense straining. He was navigating by instinct now, by the feel of the current against the hull, by the sound of the water, by the barely visible shapes of the shore. This was seamanship in its purest form, stripped of all modern instruments and aids, reduced to the ancient art of reading the sea. 4 fathoms, sir. 24 feet. The margin was narrowing. Behind them, the Union blockade ships maintained their positions, unaware that their quarry was slipping past them through the shallows. But Sims knew they were not safe yet. Not by a long measure. The northern passage would bring them within 2 miles of Fort Sumter. And while the fort was in Confederate hands, the Union Navy had established a close blockade of the harbor entrance itself. There would be more ships ahead, positioned specifically to intercept runners attempting to enter the harbor. 3.5 fathoms, sir. Shoaling rapidly. 21 feet. 7 feet of clearance beneath the keel. Steady as she goes, Sims murmured. His hands gripped the rail so tightly that his knuckles had gone white, though his voice remained calm and level. The Alabama glided forward through the darkness like a wraith. The only sounds were the gentle splash of her paddle wheels, the creak of her rigging, and the whisper of water along her hull. Sims could smell the shore now, the scent of marsh, grass, and mud flats, distinct and unmistakable. 3 fathoms, sir. 18 feet. 4 feet of clearance. Sims felt sweat beading on his forehead, despite the October chill. This was the critical moment. If his calculations were wrong, if the tide had fallen more than he anticipated, if the channel had shifted since his last run. Steady at 3 fathoms, sir. Bottom appears to be leveling. Sims released a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. They had crossed the shallowest point. The channel would deepen slightly now as they approached the harbor entrance. But their troubles were far from over. "Captain!" the lookout's urgent whisper carried down from the foremast. "Ship bearing dead ahead. Distance 1 mile. She's crossing our bow. Port to starboard." Sims snatched up his night glass and trained it forward. For a moment, he saw nothing but darkness. And then there, a darker shape against the dark water, moving slowly across their path. A Union gunboat, probably one of the converted ferry boats that the Federal Navy used for close blockade work. She was perhaps 1,000 yards ahead, and she was moving directly into their path. "All stop," Sims ordered quietly. "All stop. Immediately." The Alabama's paddle wheels ceased their rotation, and the ship began to lose way, her momentum carrying her forward even as her engines fell silent. Sims watched the Union vessel through his glass, his mind racing through options. They could not go forward, the gunboat would spot them for certain. They could not go backward, that would take them back toward the outer blockade line. They could not go to port, that way lay the shoals, and they could not go to starboard, that would take them into the main channel where more Union ships waited. They were trapped. "Mr. McCready," Sims said quietly, "prepare the boats. If we're spotted, we'll have to abandon ship and try to reach shore. Make sure the crew understands. No noise, no panic. We do this in an orderly fashion or not at all." "Aye, sir." McCready moved away to carry out the order. Sims kept his glass trained on the Union gunboat. She was perhaps 800 yards away now, still moving across their bow. He could see her more clearly now, a side-wheeler like the Alabama, but smaller and more heavily armed. Her deck was lined with cannon, and he could make out the shapes of men moving about on her deck. 700 yards. The Alabama was dead in the water now, drifting slightly with the current. Sims felt utterly exposed, as if a spotlight were trained upon them. Surely the Union lookouts would spot them. Surely at any moment a rocket would arc into the sky, or a gun would boom out across the water. 600 yards. Sims found himself thinking of his wife, Sarah, waiting for him in Mobile. They had been married for 15 years, and she had never once asked him to give up the sea. She understood that it was in his blood, as essential to him as breathing. But he knew she worried. Every time he left port, she worried that he would not return. 500 yards. He thought of his 2 daughters, Margaret and Anne, 12 and 10 years old. They were growing up in a world at war, a world where their father's profession had transformed from respectable merchant captain to hunted blockade runner. What kind of future awaited them? What kind of South would emerge from this terrible conflict? 400 yards. The Union gunboat was almost directly ahead of them now, close enough that Sims could hear voices carrying across the water. He couldn't make out the words, but the tone was casual, relaxed. The watch officers talking, perhaps, or sailors sharing a joke to pass the long hours of blockade duty. They hadn't seen the Alabama. 300 yards. Sims held his breath. This was the moment of maximum danger. At this distance, even in the darkness, a sharp-eyed lookout might spot the Alabama's low silhouette against the water. All it would take was one man glancing in the right direction at the right moment. The seconds stretched out like hours. Sims was aware of every sound, every sensation, the gentle lap of water against the hull, the creak of the rigging, the hammering of his own heart. The Alabama's crew stood frozen at their stations, every man understanding that their lives hung in the balance. 200 yards. And then, slowly, the Union gunboat began to pull ahead. She was past them now, moving off to starboard, her attention focused on the main channel where blockade runners were expected to appear. 100 yards. Sims watched through his glass as the gunboat continued on her patrol route, her crew utterly unaware of how close they had come to their quarry. He waited until she was a quarter-mile distant before he allowed himself to lower the glass. "Mr. Pettigrew," he said quietly, "dead slow ahead. Bring her back on course for the harbor entrance." "Aye, sir." Dead slow ahead. The Alabama's paddle wheels began to turn once more, and the ship crept forward through the darkness. They had survived the encounter, but they were not yet safe. The harbor entrance lay ahead, and Sims knew from experience that the Union Navy maintained its heaviest concentration of ships there, positioned to catch blockade runners at the moment they attempted to enter the harbor. "Depth?" Sims called forward. 4 fathoms, sir, and deepening. They were entering the main channel now, the deep water approach to Charleston Harbor. This was the most direct route to safety, but also the most heavily guarded. Sims had no choice but to take it. The Alabama drew too much water to attempt any of the shallower passages. "Captain," McCready said, appearing once more at his side, "we're approximately 3 miles from Fort Sumter. Another 20 minutes at this speed." 20 minutes. It might as well have been 20 hours. Sims nodded acknowledgement and returned his attention to the waters ahead. The sky to the east was beginning to show the faintest hint of gray, the first harbinger of dawn. Sims felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October air. Dawn was the blockade runner's enemy. In daylight, the Alabama would be visible for miles, an easy target for the Union guns. They had to reach the protection of Fort Sumter's batteries before the sun rose, or they would be caught in the open. "Increase speed to half," Sims ordered. "We need to make better time." "Sir?" The noise. "I'm aware of the risk, Mr. McCready, but we'll be visible in another 30 minutes regardless." Speed is our only advantage now. Alabama's engines increased their tempo, and the ship surged forward with greater urgency. Her paddle wheels churned the water, creating a wake that glowed faintly with phosphorescence. Sims watched that telltale glow with growing concern. In the darkness, it was like a beacon pointing directly at them. "Ship!" The lookout's cry was urgent now, no longer a whisper. "Ship bearing starboard bow. Distance half a mile. She's seen us, sir. She's turning toward us." Sims spun to starboard and saw it immediately, a Union warship, larger than the gunboat they had evaded earlier, turning to intercept them. Even as he watched, a rocket arced up from her deck, exploding in a shower of red stars that illuminated the scene with hellish clarity. The alarm sounded. "Full speed ahead!" Sims roared, all pretense of stealth abandoned now. "Full speed, Mr. Pettigrew! Make for the harbor entrance!" The Alabama leaped forward like a startled deer, her engines roaring to life, her paddle wheels thrashing the water into foam. Behind them, Sims heard the boom of a cannon, and a shell screamed overhead to splash into the water 100 yards ahead. "They're ranging us, sir," McCready shouted over the engine's noise. "I can see that, Mr. McCready. Maintain course. Don't give them a broadside target." Another cannon boomed, and this time the shell struck closer, 50 yards off the port quarter. The Union gunners were finding their range with alarming speed. Sims gripped the rail and stared ahead toward the harbor entrance. He could see Fort Sumter now, a dark mass against the slightly lighter sky. 2 miles, perhaps less. If they could just reach the range of the fort's guns, the Confederate batteries would provide covering fire and drive off the Union ships. But 2 miles might as well have been 200. The Union warship was closing rapidly, and she had been joined by two more vessels converging from different directions. The Alabama was fast, but she was not a warship. She had no armor, no heavy guns with which to fight back. Her only defense was speed and maneuverability. "Hard to port!" Sims shouted as another shell screamed toward them. "Hard to port, now!" Pettigrew spun the wheel, and the Alabama heeled sharply, turning inside the trajectory of the incoming shell. It passed so close that Sims felt the wind of its passage, and then it struck the water 20 yards to starboard, sending up a geyser of spray that drenched the deck. "Straighten her out. Make for the harbor." The Alabama steadied on her course, racing toward the harbor entrance at her maximum speed of 14 knots. Behind them, the Union ships were in full pursuit, their guns firing as rapidly as their crews could load and aim. Shells fell all around the Alabama, creating a forest of waterspouts that seemed to reach up to pluck her from the sea. 1 mile to Fort Sumter. A shell struck the Alabama's stern, tearing away a section of the taffrail and sending splinters flying across the deck. Sims heard men screaming, but he dared not look back. His entire focus was on the harbor entrance, on the safety that lay just ahead. "Captain!" McCready's face was pale in the growing light. "We've taken casualties, sir. 3 men down. Maybe more. Get them below. Have the surgeon see to them." Another shell struck, this one hitting the Alabama amidships, punching through her thin hull just above the waterline. Sims felt the impact through the soles of his feet, felt the ship shudder like a wounded animal. "Damage report," he shouted. "Hull breach, sir. We're taking water." "Can we make the harbor?" "I don't know, sir. 1/2 mile to Fort Sumter." The sky was definitely lighter now, the stars fading as dawn approached. Sims could see the Union ships clearly, 3 of them spread out in a line, all firing as fast as their guns could bear. The Alabama was running a gauntlet of iron and fire, and it was only a matter of time before a shell struck something vital. And then, like the voice of God himself, Sims heard the deep boom of Fort Sumter's heavy guns opening fire. The Confederate batteries had seen their plight and were engaging the Union ships, forcing them to divide their attention between the Alabama and the threat from the fort. "We're going to make it," Sims said, though he wasn't sure if he was speaking to McCready or to himself. "By God, we're going to make it." The Alabama raced past Fort Sumter, so close that Sims could see the Confederate gunners working their pieces, could see the flash of the cannon as they fired. The Union ships were falling back now, unwilling to come within range of the fort's heavy guns. Their firing became sporadic, then ceased altogether. The Alabama limped into Charleston Harbor as the sun broke over the eastern horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. Her stern was shattered, her hull was holed, and 3 of her crew lay dead or dying below decks. But she had made it. She had run the gauntlet one more time. Sims stood on the quarterdeck, his uniform soaked with spray and sweat, his face blackened with powder smoke. He watched as the wharves of Charleston drew closer, watched as the crew began to cheer and embrace one another, their relief and joy palpable. But Sims did not cheer. He thought of the 3 men who had died, thought of their families who would receive the news of their deaths. He thought of the Alabama's damaged hull, which would require weeks of repairs before she could sail again. He thought of the Union blockade, tightening and growing deadlier with each passing month. 18 successful runs now. How many more could he reasonably expect? As the Alabama approached the wharf, Sims saw a crowd gathering to greet them, merchants eager for their cargo, naval officers wanting reports on the Union blockade, and civilians simply grateful to see a blockade runner make it through. Among them, Sims spotted a familiar figure, Captain Josiah Blackwood, the Confederate naval officer responsible for coordinating blockade-running operations in Charleston. The Alabama was made fast to the wharf, and Blackwood came aboard immediately, his face grave. "Captain Sims," he said, gripping Sims's hand. "That was as fine a piece of seamanship as I've ever witnessed. The whole city was watching from the battery. We thought you were done for when those Union ships opened fire." "We nearly were," Sims said quietly. "I lost 3 men, Captain Blackwood. Good men, I know. I'm sorry, but the cargo you've brought, the rifles, the ammunition, the quinine, it will save hundreds of lives, perhaps thousands. Your men did not die in vain." Sims nodded, but the words brought little comfort. He had heard them before. After other runs, other casualties, the mathematics of war, 3 lives lost to save hundreds. It was logical, rational, and necessary, but it did not make the loss any easier to bear. "The Alabama will need extensive repairs," Sims said, changing the subject. "At least 3 weeks, possibly more. The hull breach needs to be patched, the stern rebuilt, and I want the engines overhauled while we're at it." "You'll have whatever you need," Blackwood assured him. "In the meantime, you should rest. You've earned it. Rest." Sims almost laughed at the word. There was no rest, not really. Even when the Alabama was in port, he would be planning the next run, studying charts, gathering intelligence on Union ship movements. The war did not pause for rest. But he nodded and said, "Thank you, Captain. I'll see to my crew first. Make sure the wounded are properly cared for, and the dead are given proper burial. Then I'll rest." Blackwood departed, and Sims turned to survey his ship. The Alabama looked battered and worn, her paint scorched and peeling, her deck scarred by splinters and shell fragments. But she was still afloat, still capable of being repaired and sent out again. Like her captain, she was a survivor. Sims walked slowly along the deck, checking on his crew, offering words of encouragement and thanks. These men had trusted him with their lives, had followed his orders without question, even when those orders led them into the jaws of death. They deserved his respect and his gratitude. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting its warm light over Charleston Harbor, Sims finally allowed himself a moment of quiet reflection. He stood at the rail, looking out at the water, thinking about the run they had just completed and the runs that lay ahead. 18 successful runs. The number seemed both impressive and insignificant. Impressive because each run was a victory against overwhelming odds. Insignificant because the war ground on consuming ships and men with insatiable hunger. How many more runs? How much longer could his luck hold? Sims didn't know the answer to those questions. No one did. All he could do was what he had always done: prepare his ship, trust his crew, and navigate by skill and instinct through whatever dangers lay ahead. The Alabama would sail again, and when she did, Captain Amiral Sims would be on her quarterdeck, threading the needle through the Union blockade one more time. Because that was what blockade runners did. They sailed into danger, defied the odds, and brought hope to a nation fighting for its survival. And they kept sailing until the day their luck would finally run out. Patrick Callahan's company was transferred from Fort Morgan to Fort Gaines in October, crossing the bay in small boats, their rifles and equipment piled around them. Fort Gaines was smaller than Fort Morgan, less impressive, but it guarded the western entrance to the bay and was considered just as important. The men settled into their new quarters, more casemates, more drilling, more waiting. But something was different now. The initial excitement of enlistment had worn off. The certainty of quick victory had faded after Bull Run, when it became clear that the Union wasn't going to simply give up and go home. The war was settling in for the long haul, and the men were beginning to understand what that meant. "My brother wrote," Tommy O'Brien said one evening as they sat on the fort's ramparts, watching the sun set over the Gulf. "He's with Bragg's army in Tennessee. Says they're short of everything: shoes, blankets, food. Says half the men are sick. We're lucky here," Patrick said. "At least we're not marching all over creation." "Lucky," Tommy spat over the wall. "We're useless here, Patrick. The real war is happening somewhere else, and we're stuck guarding a bay that nobody's trying to attack." It was true. The Union blockade ships stayed well offshore, out of range of the fort's guns. There had been no attacks, no battles, nothing but the daily routine of garrison duty. Some of the men were getting restless. Others were getting sick. The usual camp diseases: dysentery, fever, and ague. Patrick had been lucky so far. He was healthy and strong, and he'd learned to follow orders without thinking too much about them. But he was beginning to understand what Sergeant O'Malley had meant about war not being what you thought it was. War, it turned out, was mostly boredom and discomfort, with brief moments of terror that never seemed to come when you expected them. He wrote to his mother and sister, carefully cheerful letters that told them nothing about his growing doubts. He wrote to his brother Finn, encouraging him to stay in school, to help their mother, and to be the man of the family while Patrick was away. And sometimes, late at night, he lay in his bunk and wondered what he was doing here, what any of them were doing here, fighting for a cause he wasn't sure he believed in, defending a way of life that had never included people like him, poor Irish immigrants who worked with their hands and lived on the margins of Mobile's prosperity. But he kept these thoughts to himself. Doubt was dangerous in an army. Doubt could spread like a disease, undermining morale and weakening resolve. So Patrick kept his doubts locked away, did his duty, and waited for whatever came next. Catherine Whitfield joined the Ladies' Aid Society, as her mother had suggested. Every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon, she sat in Mrs. Pemberton's parlor with a dozen other ladies, rolling bandages, knitting socks, and sewing shirts for the soldiers. It was mind-numbing work. The conversation was worse gossip about who was courting whom, complaints about the shortages, speculation about when the war would end. Catherine wanted to scream, but she smiled and nodded and rolled her bandages, because it was better than nothing, and because she was learning things, even here. She was learning which ladies had sons or husbands in the army, which families were struggling with shortages, and which households had slaves who might be thinking of running away. She was also learning about the hospital that was being established at the old Marine Hospital building on Government Street. The Army was converting it to care for sick and wounded soldiers, and was looking for nurses. "Of course, they'll use slaves for most of the work, Mrs. Pemberton said, but they'll need some white women to supervise. Respectable widows, perhaps, or older women without families. Not young ladies from good families, in other words. Not girls like Catherine." But Catherine filed the information away. The hospital was there. It would need nurses. And when the time came, when the need was desperate enough that propriety didn't matter anymore, she would be ready. In the meantime, she continued her education in secret. Dr. Morrison had been forbidden to teach her. Still, he had given her a list of medical texts to read, and she had found ways to obtain them, borrowing them from the library under false pretenses, buying them from bookshops in other towns when she traveled with her mother. She read late at night by candlelight, memorizing anatomy, symptoms, and treatments. She practiced bandaging on herself and on her sister, Louisa, when she could convince her to help. She prepared herself for a future she couldn't quite see but knew was coming. The war was 6 months old. The blockade was tightening. The shortages were beginning. And Catherine Whitfield was learning to be patient, to wait for her moment, to be ready when the world finally needed what she had to offer. Elijah Freeman's carpentry business was thriving. Ironically enough, the war had created a demand for his skills, building barracks for soldiers, constructing warehouses for military supplies, and repairing the city's fortifications. He worked long hours, saved his money, and kept his head down. But he was also watching, listening, gathering information. He learned that some slaves were being hired out to work on the fortifications, and that a few had run away in the confusion. He discovered that the Union blockade ships sometimes took on escaped slaves, though what happened to them after that no one seemed to know. He learned that there were whispers of a Union attack on Mobile, though no one could say when it might come. Most importantly, he learned that the war was creating cracks in the system that had held his people in bondage for so long. Small cracks, barely visible, but cracks nonetheless, and where there were cracks, there might eventually be openings. "You're thinking dangerous thoughts," Hannah said one night, watching him stare into the fire. "I'm thinking about the future," Elijah said, "about what kind of world Abigail will grow up in. The same world we grew up in, most likely. Maybe, or maybe not. Things are changing, Hannah. I can feel it. Change can be dangerous for folks like us. So can staying the same." Hannah was silent for a moment, then said, "What are you planning, Elijah?" "Nothing yet. Just watching. Waiting. Being ready." "Ready for what?" "For whatever comes." It was a non-answer, but it was the best he could give. Because the truth was, he didn't know what he was preparing for. He only knew that the old world was dying, and a new world was being born, and he intended for his family to survive the transition, whatever it took. Chapter 5, January 1862. The new year brought cold rain and hard news. Fort Henry in Tennessee had fallen to Union forces. Fort Donelson would follow soon. The Confederate line in the West was crumbling. In Mobile, people tried to maintain their optimism, but it was getting harder. The shortages were worse now. Coffee was almost impossible to find. Sugar was dear. Cloth was scarce. The blockade runners brought in what they could, but it wasn't enough. The Mary Catherine, Thomas Whitfield's converted blockade runner, made 3 successful runs to Havana before her luck ran out. On her 4th voyage, she was spotted by a Union patrol ship off the coast of Florida. The chase lasted 6 hours. In the end, the Mary Catherine was faster, but not fast enough. A lucky shot from the Union ship's bow chaser struck her rudder, and she was forced to surrender. Thomas received the news in his office, delivered by a grim-faced Henry Ashford. The ship was gone. The cargo was gone. The crew was imprisoned. And the loss would cost them dearly, not just in money, but in reputation and confidence. "We'll have to sell one of the other ships," Henry said, "to cover the debts." Thomas nodded, feeling numb. His father's business, built over 40 years, was being dismantled piece by this war, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. That evening, he told his family at dinner. His wife, Eleanor, took the news calmly. She had always been practical about money, but Catherine looked stricken. "The Mary Catherine?" she said. "But that was named for grandmother." "I know." Thomas felt the weight of it, the sense of betraying his father's memory. "But it's gone now. We have to move forward. Will we be all right?" His younger daughter, Louisa, asked, her voice small. "We'll be fine," Thomas assured her, though he wasn't sure it was true. "We still have the other ships. We still have the warehouse. We'll manage." But that night, lying awake beside his sleeping wife, Thomas wondered how much longer they could manage. How much longer can any of them manage? The war was eating away at everything, their prosperity, their certainty, their sense of who they were and what their lives meant. And it showed no signs of ending anytime soon. Patrick Callahan received a letter from his sister Nora in February. The news was bad. Their mother was sick. "Nothing serious," Nora assured him. "Just a bad cough that wouldn't go away." But she couldn't work as much as she used to, and money was tight. Finn had left school to take a job at the docks, loading and unloading ships. Nora was working longer hours at the dress shop, but it wasn't enough. "I hate to ask," Nora wrote, "but if you could send anything, even a little, it would help so much." Patrick read the letter 3 times, feeling helpless and angry. He was sending most of his pay home already, the Army's $11 a month, minus what he needed for tobacco and the occasional extra rations. There was nothing more he could give, unless he took the bounty. The Confederate government offered bounties to men who would re-enlist for 3 years or for the duration of the war. $50 a fortune to a man like Patrick, enough to help his family through the winter, to pay for a doctor for his mother, to keep Finn in school. But 3 years, or the duration of the war, which might be even longer. 3 years of garrison duty, of boredom and discomfort, and the constant low-level fear that something terrible might happen at any moment. Patrick thought about it for a week. Then he went to the company clerk and signed the papers. 3 years, or the duration. $50 bounty, paid immediately. He sent $40 home to his mother and kept $10 for himself. It felt like selling his future, but what choice did he have? His family needed him. This was the only way he could help. "You're a fool," Tommy O'Brien said when he heard. 3 years in this place? You'll go mad." "Maybe," Patrick said, "but at least my family will eat." Tommy shook his head but said nothing more. A week later, he re-enlisted too. Most of the company did. The bounty was too tempting, and besides, where else would they go? The war had swallowed them up. They might as well make the best of it. In March, the hospital on Government Street opened its doors to receive patients. The first arrivals were men sick with camp diseases, typhoid, pneumonia, measles. Not wounded soldiers, not yet, but ill men who needed care nonetheless. Catherine heard about it from Mrs. Pemberton at the Ladies' Aid Society. "They're desperate for help, Mrs." Pemberton said. "The Army surgeons are overwhelmed. They're even talking about asking for lady volunteers." "Lady volunteers?" another woman said, scandalized. "To nurse soldiers? Surely not." "I'm only telling you what I heard. Dr. Morrison is in charge of the hospital, and he's saying they'll take anyone willing to help." Catherine's heart leaped. Dr. Morrison, her old teacher. This was her chance. That evening, she approached her father in his study. "Father, I want to volunteer at the hospital." Thomas Whitfield looked up from his ledgers, his expression weary. "Catherine, we've discussed this. Nursing is not appropriate. They're desperate for help. Dr. Morrison is asking for volunteers. And I've been studying, Father. I know I can be useful." "You've been studying?" "I thought we agreed." "I never agreed. I just stopped arguing." Catherine took a deep breath. "Father, please, let me do this. Let me be useful. The war is taking everything from us, our ships, our prosperity, our peace of mind. At least let me give something back." Thomas studied his daughter's face, seeing the determination there, the fierce need to matter. He thought about his son James, somewhere in Virginia with the Army. He thought about his business, crumbling around him. He thought about the world that was ending and the new world being born. "Your mother will be furious," he said finally. "I know. People will talk. I don't care." Thomas sighed. "All right, you can volunteer, but you'll be careful. You'll follow Dr. Morrison's instructions exactly. And if it becomes too much, if you can't handle it, you'll come home immediately." "I will. Thank you, Father. Thank you." Catherine kissed his cheek and left before he could change his mind. Her mother would be furious, yes. People would talk, yes. But she didn't care. She had her chance. She was going to take it. The next morning, she presented herself at the hospital on Government Street, wearing her plainest dress and her most determined expression. Dr. Morrison looked at her with something like resignation. "Your father agreed to this?" "Yes, sir." "And your mother?" "She will. Eventually." Dr. Morrison almost smiled. "You're as stubborn as I remembered. All right, Miss Whitfield. Let's see what you're made of." He led her into the hospital, and Catherine's education truly began. Chapter 6. April 1862. The hospital smelled of carbolic acid and sickness, and something else Catherine couldn't quite identify. A sweet, rotten smell that made her stomach turn. "Doctor." Morrison led her through the wards, past rows of beds filled with sick men, their faces flushed with fever or pale with exhaustion. "We have 60 patients currently, Doctor," Morrison said. "Mostly camp diseases. Typhoid, pneumonia, dysentery. We're expecting more as the weather warms. And if there's a major battle nearby, we'll get wounded as well." Catherine nodded, trying not to show how overwhelmed she felt. The medical texts hadn't prepared her for this, the reality of suffering, the sounds of men coughing and groaning, the sight of bodies wasted by disease. "You'll start with basic care," Dr. Morrison continued, "bringing water, changing bedding, helping men eat if they're too weak to feed themselves. The slaves do most of the heavy work, emptying chamber pots, washing soiled linens. But we need white women to supervise, to provide a comforting presence." "I can do more than that," Catherine said. "You taught me wound care, how to recognize infection. And you'll use those skills when the time comes. But for now, start with the basics. Learn the routine. Get used to the work." He paused. "It's harder than you think, Miss Whitfield. Seeing men suffer, watching them die. Some women can't handle it." "I can handle it," Catherine said, with more confidence than she felt. Dr. Morrison studied her for a moment, then nodded. We'll see. Come, I'll introduce you to the other nurses. 3 other white women were working in the hospital, all widows or older unmarried women, as Mrs. Pemberton had predicted. They looked at Catherine with a mixture of curiosity and disapproval. She's very young, one of them said to Dr. Morrison, as if Catherine weren't standing right there. She's trained, Dr. Morrison replied, and we need all the help we can get. The woman sniffed, but said nothing more. Catherine was assigned to Ward B, where the typhoid patients were housed. A slave woman named Ruth showed her the routine, bringing water and broth, changing sweat-soaked sheets, sponging down fevered bodies. You ever done this kind of work before? Ruth asked, her tone skeptical. No, Catherine admitted, but I'm willing to learn. Ruth studied her for a moment, then nodded. All right then. First thing, don't get too close when they're coughing. Typhoid spreads easily. And wash your hands regularly. With the carbolic soap, Dr. Morrison is particular about that. Catherine spent her first day following Ruth around, learning the routine, trying not to flinch at the sights and smells. By evening, her back ached from bending over beds. Her hands were raw from washing, and her dress was stained with things she didn't want to think about. But she had done it. She had made it through her first day. When she arrived home that evening, her mother was waiting in the parlor, her face tight with anger. Your father told me what you've done. Catherine, how could you? Going to that hospital, exposing yourself to disease, to impropriety. Mother, they need help. Men are dying. Men die in wars. That's what happens. But that doesn't mean you need to debase yourself by, I'm not debasing myself. I'm helping. I'm being useful. You're being foolish. Her mother's voice rose. What will people say? What man will want to marry you after you've been handling sick soldiers, seeing things no decent woman should see? I don't care about that. Well, you should care. Catherine, you're 23 years old. You should be thinking about marriage, about your future, not playing at being a nurse. I'm not playing. Catherine felt her own anger rising. This is real, Mother. This is important. More important than tea parties and calling cards and all the other nonsense we waste our time on. Her mother's face went pale. How dare you speak to me that way? I'm sorry. Catherine took a breath, trying to calm herself. I'm sorry, Mother, but I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep working at the hospital. Father gave me permission. Your father is too soft with you. He always has been. Maybe, but his decision stands. Catherine moved toward the stairs. I need to wash and change for dinner. Excuse me. She left her mother standing in the parlor, rigid with fury. It was a breach, Catherine knew, a crack in the careful facade of their family life. But she couldn't bring herself to regret it. She had found her purpose. She wasn't going to give it up. The news from the West grew worse through April. The Battle of Shiloh in Tennessee was a bloodbath, thousands dead on both sides. The Confederate Army forced to retreat. New Orleans fell to Union forces, and the city surrendered without a fight. Mobile held its breath, wondering if it would be next. The forts were reinforced. More troops were brought in. The city prepared for siege. But the attack didn't come. The Union forces moved up the Mississippi instead, leaving Mobile isolated but unmolested for now. Patrick Callahan heard about Shiloh from a soldier who had been there, a man transferred to Fort Gaines to recover from a wound. The soldier, a corporal named Davis, had a bandaged shoulder and haunted eyes. It was hell, Davis said, sitting on the ramparts with Patrick and Tommy, staring out at the Gulf. Pure hell. The noise, the smoke, the screaming. Men are falling everywhere, blood in the mud so thick you slipped in it. But we held them, Tommy said. The first day, we drove them back. The first day, yes. But the second day, they came back with reinforcements, fresh troops. While we were exhausted and running out of ammunition, we had to retreat. Davis touched his bandaged shoulder. I was lucky. This is nothing. I saw men with their guts hanging out, men with their faces shot away, men screaming for their mothers while they died. Patrick felt something cold settle in his stomach. This was what he had been waiting for, what he had enlisted to experience. Combat. Glory. The chance to prove himself. But Davis's words made it sound like something else entirely. Not glory, but horror. Not adventure, but nightmare. "Do you think we'll see action here?" Patrick asked. Davis laughed, a bitter sound. "You want to see action? Trust me, boy, you don't. You want to stay right here in this fort, bored out of your mind, safe and sound. Because once you've seen the elephant, you can't unsee it. It stays with you forever." He got up and walked away, leaving Patrick and Tommy sitting in silence. "He's just shaken up," Tommy said finally. "From the wound and all. It can't be that bad." But Patrick wasn't so sure. He thought about Davis's haunted eyes, his bitter laugh. He thought about the men with their guts hanging out, screaming for their mothers. And he wondered what he had gotten himself into. In late April, Catherine encountered her first wounded soldier. He was a private from Tennessee, transferred to Mobile after being wounded at Shiloh. A bullet had shattered his left arm, and the surgeons had amputated it at the elbow. Now he lay in Ward C, feverish and delirious, the stump of his arm wrapped in bandages that needed changing. Dr. Morrison assigned Catherine to assist him with the procedure. "You've studied this," he said. "Now you'll do it. I'll supervise, but you'll do the work." Catherine's hands trembled as she unwrapped the bandages. The smell hit her first, the sweet, rotten smell of infection. Then she saw the wound itself, the flesh red and swollen, pus oozing from the sutures. Her stomach lurched. For a moment, she thought she would be sick. "Breathe," Dr. Morrison said quietly. "Just breathe. You can do this." Catherine took a breath, then another. The nausea receded. She focused on the task, cleaning the wound with carbolic solution, applying fresh bandages, being as gentle as she could, while the soldier moaned and thrashed. "Good," Dr. Morrison said when she was finished. "Very good. The wound is infected, but you've cleaned it properly. We'll change the dressing again tomorrow." Catherine nodded, not trusting herself to speak. Her hands were shaking, and she felt lightheaded. "Go outside," Dr. Morrison said. "Get some air. You did well, but you need a moment." Catherine went out to the small courtyard behind the hospital and sat on a bench, breathing deeply. Ruth found her there a few minutes later. "First time seeing a bad wound?" Ruth asked. "Yes, you did all right. Didn't faint, didn't run away. That's better than most." "I wanted to run away," Catherine admitted. "But you didn't. That's what matters." Ruth sat down beside her. "It gets easier. Not easy, but easier. You learn to see past the blood and the smell to the person underneath. You learn to do what needs doing, without thinking too much about it." "How long have you been doing this?" "All my life, seems like. I was born into slavery, on a plantation in Georgia. Worked in the big house, took care of the mistress when she was sick. When the war started, my master hired me out to the army. Been nursing soldiers ever since." Catherine looked at Ruth with new eyes. She had been so focused on her own struggles, her own desire to be useful, that she hadn't thought much about the slaves who did most of the actual work in the hospital. Women like Ruth, who had no choice about being here, who worked long hours for no pay, who were just as skilled as any white nurse but received none of the credit. "Thank you," Catherine said, "for helping me, for teaching me." Ruth looked surprised, then nodded. "You're welcome, Miss Catherine. Now come on. We got more patients to tend to." Catherine stood and followed Ruth back inside. The soldier with the amputated arm was still moaning, still feverish. She would change his dressing again tomorrow, and the day after that, until the infection cleared, or he died. This was her work now. This was what she had chosen, and she would see it through, no matter how hard it got. Chapter 7. June 1862. Summer brought heat, humidity, and more sickness. The hospital filled with men suffering from malaria, dysentery, and typhoid. Catherine worked 6 days a week, 12 hours a day, until she was so exhausted she could barely stand. But she kept going. She learned to change dressings without flinching, to hold down thrashing men. At the same time, Dr. Morrison performed surgery to recognize the signs of approaching death, the gray pallor, the shallow breathing, the way a man's eyes would go distant and unfocused. She learned to harden herself, to build a wall between her emotions and her work, because if she let herself feel too much, if she let herself care too deeply about every suffering man, she would break. So she became efficient, competent, and professional. She did what needed to be done and tried not to think about it too much. Her mother stopped speaking to her. Her sister Louisa looked at her with a mixture of awe and horror. Her father watched her with concern but said nothing. Only James, home on a brief leave in June, seemed to understand. "You look different," he said, studying her across the dinner table. "Older." "I feel older," Catherine said. "The hospital?" "Yes." James nodded. "War does that. Ages you. I feel like I've lived a lifetime in the past year." He looked older too, Catherine noticed. Thinner, harder, with lines around his eyes that hadn't been there before. He had been in several skirmishes in Virginia, nothing major, but enough to give him a taste of combat. "Is it terrible?" Catherine asked. "The fighting?" "Sometimes. Other times, it's just boring. Mostly, it's confusing smoke and noise, and not knowing what's happening, or what you're supposed to do." He paused. "But yes, when it's terrible, it's worse than anything you can imagine. I'm seeing some of that, at the hospital. The wounded men." "Then you understand." James reached across the table and squeezed her hand. "I'm proud of you, Catherine. What you're doing, it matters. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise." It was the first time anyone in her family had said they were proud of her. Catherine felt tears prick her eyes, but she blinked them away. She had learned not to cry. Crying was a luxury she couldn't afford. Patrick Callahan's company was transferred again in July, this time to Mobile itself, to help with the city's defenses. They were quartered in a warehouse near the docks, sleeping on the floor, drilling in the streets. It was strange, being back in the city after more than a year away. Patrick walked through familiar streets that felt foreign now, past houses he recognized but couldn't quite place. He went to see his family one Sunday afternoon, his first visit home since enlisting. His mother cried when she saw him. Nora hugged him fiercely. Finn, now 13 and nearly as tall as Patrick, shook his hand solemnly, man to man. "You look well," his mother said, though her eyes were worried. "Are they feeding you enough?" "Plenty, Ma. Don't worry about me." But he could see that she was still sick, still coughing, though she tried to hide it. The house looked shabbier than he remembered, the furniture worn, the curtains faded. His family was struggling, despite the money he sent home. "How's work?" he asked Finn. "All right. The docks are busy with the blockade runners. I'm learning a lot. You should be in school. Can't afford it. Besides, we need the money." Patrick felt a familiar surge of guilt and frustration. His brother should be in school, not working on the docks. His mother should be resting, not taking in sewing. His sister should be thinking about marriage and her future, not working long hours in a dress shop. But this was the war they were living through, and there was nothing he could do to change it. "The money you send helps," his mother said, as if reading his thoughts. "We're managing, Patrick. Don't you worry about us." But he did worry. He worried constantly. When he left that evening, Nora walked him to the corner. She was 18 now, pretty despite the worn dress and tired eyes. "There's a boy," she said suddenly. "Michael Brennan. He works at the foundry. He's asked to call on me." "What did Ma say?" She said yes. "He's a good man, Patrick. Steady work. He's exempt from service. Because of his job, they need him making cannons." Patrick felt a complicated mix of emotions. Relief that his sister might have a chance at happiness, at security. Resentment that some men got to stay home while others fought. Guilt that he felt. That resentment at all. "Do you love him?" Nora shrugged. "I like him well enough. He's kind. And Patrick, we need the help. If I marry, that's one less mouth for Ma to feed. You shouldn't have to marry for that reason." "Maybe not, but it's the reason I have." She kissed his cheek. "Be safe, brother. Come home to us." He walked back to the garrison through streets growing dark, past houses where lamps were being lit. where families were sitting down to supper. Every day, life continues somehow, despite everything. Chapter 8. August 1862. The heat that summer was oppressive, turning the hospital into a furnace. Catherine worked through it, her dress soaked with sweat by midday, her hair plastered to her neck. The wounded kept coming not from major battles now, but from skirmishes, accidents, disease. Typhoid and dysentery killed as many men as bullets. She had learned to distance herself from the suffering, to see the men as bodies that needed care, rather than as people with families and futures. It was the only way to survive the work. But sometimes, late at night when she couldn't sleep, the faces would come back to her. The boy who'd called for his mother, the man who'd begged her to write to his wife, the soldier who died holding her hand, grateful not to be alone. Ruth had become her anchor. The older woman seemed to understand what Catherine was feeling without being told. She would appear at Catherine's elbow during the worst moments, her presence steady and calming. "You're doing good work," Ruth would say. "Don't forget that." One afternoon in late August, Catherine was changing bandages on a soldier's leg wound when she heard a familiar voice. "Miss Whitfield?" She looked up to find William Beaumont standing in the doorway, his uniform dusty from travel, his face thinner than she remembered. "Captain Beaumont!" She felt her heart skip, with nothing to do with the heat. "I didn't know you were in Mobile." "Just arrived this morning. Brief leave before we head back to Virginia." He glanced around the ward, taking in the rows of beds, the smell of carbolic and sickness. "I heard you were working here. I wanted to see for myself." "Well, now you have." She tied off the bandage and moved to the next patient, aware of his eyes following her. "As you can see, I'm quite busy." "I can see that." He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Catherine, I wanted to apologize for what I said before about your work. I was wrong." She paused, surprised. "Wrong? I thought nursing was, I don't know, something frivolous, a way for ladies to feel useful without actually doing anything difficult." He gestured at the ward. "But this is real work, important work. I see that now." Catherine felt something warm bloom in her chest. "Thank you. That means more than you know. Would you—" He hesitated, suddenly looking younger, less confident. "Would you allow me to call on you? Properly, I mean. I know your parents might object, given the circumstances. But—" "Yes," Catherine said, before she could think better of it. "Yes, you may call on me." His smile transformed his face. "Tomorrow evening, I could come to your home, speak with your father." "No," Catherine thought quickly. "Meet me at the cathedral. 6 o'clock. We can walk in the square." It wasn't proper to meet him unchaperoned. But nothing about her life was proper anymore, and she found she didn't care. 6 o'clock, William agreed. "I'll be there." He left, and Catherine returned to her work, but her hands were shaking slightly. Ruth, working at the next bed, caught her eye and smiled. "That's Colonel Beaumont's son, isn't it?" "Yes." "He's a good man. I've heard people speak well of him." "Ruth, I shouldn't. My parents would never approve." "Your parents don't have to live your life," Ruth said quietly. "You do, and life is short, especially now. If there's happiness to be had, you should take it." Catherine thought about that all through the rest of her shift, about happiness and propriety and the way William had looked at her, about the fact that he might be dead in a month, or she might, and what did social conventions matter in the face of that? She met him the following evening at the cathedral. He was waiting on the steps, dressed in his best uniform, his hair still damp from washing. They walked through the square as the sun set, painting the sky orange and pink. "Tell me about Virginia," she said. So he did. He told her about the camps, the marches, the brief, terrifying moments of battle. He told her about his men, about those who'd died and those who'd survived. He didn't romanticize it or make it sound glorious. He told her the truth. "I'm afraid," he admitted, "not of dying, exactly, but of dying for nothing, of all this being for nothing." "It's not for nothing," Catherine said. though she wasn't sure she believed it. It can't be. They walked until dark, talking about everything and nothing, about their families, their childhoods, their hopes for after the war. When he finally walked her home, stopping a block away so no one would see them together, he took her hand. "May I see you again? I'd like that. I leave in 3 days, but I'll write to you. And when I come back, when you come back," Catherine agreed. He kissed her hand, a gesture that should have been formal but felt intimate, and then he was gone, disappearing into the darkness. Catherine walked the last block home, feeling as if she were floating. For the first time in months, she felt something other than exhaustion and grief. She felt alive. Patrick heard the rumors in September. They started as whispers among the men, talk of a secret project, something that would break the blockade, turn the tide of the war, a weapon unlike anything the world had seen. "What kind of weapon?" Patrick asked Tommy O'Brien, who always seemed to know things before anyone else. "A boat that goes underwater," Tommy said, his eyes bright with excitement. "Can you imagine? Sneaking right up under those Yankee ships, blowing them to hell before they even know what hit them?" Patrick was skeptical. "A boat that goes underwater? That's impossible." "That's what they said about ironclads. And look at the Virginia. Technology, Pat. That's how we'll win this war." Patrick didn't think much more about it until a week later, when Sergeant O'Malley called him aside after drill. "Callahan, you worked in the shipyards before you enlisted, didn't you?" "Yes, sir. 7 years." "What kind of work?" "All kinds. Carpentry mostly. Some metal work. Whatever needed doing." O'Malley nodded. "There's a special detail forming. Volunteers only. Skilled men are needed for a construction project. Can't tell you more than that unless you agree. But it's important work. Could make a real difference." Patrick thought about the monotony of garrison duty, the endless drilling and waiting. "I'll volunteer." "Good man. Report to the warehouse on Water Street tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. And Callahan, don't talk about this. Not to anyone." The warehouse was nondescript, one of dozens along the waterfront. Patrick arrived to find a dozen other men waiting, all of them looking curious and slightly nervous. A civilian in a fine suit emerged from the building and looked them over. "Gentlemen, I'm Horace Hunley. You've been selected for a project of vital importance to the Confederacy. What you see and hear here is strictly confidential. If you can't keep a secret, leave now." No one moved. Hunley smiled. "Good. Come inside." The warehouse had been converted into a workshop. In the center, on wooden supports, sat the strangest vessel Patrick had ever seen. It was long and narrow, shaped like a cigar, made of iron plates riveted together. It looked nothing like any boat he'd ever worked on. "Gentlemen," Hunley said, "meet the future of naval warfare. This is a submarine. A vessel that can travel beneath the surface of the water, invisible to the enemy, capable of approaching and destroying ships that would otherwise be untouchable." Patrick stared at the thing, trying to imagine it underwater, trying to imagine men inside it. It looked like a coffin. "I know what you're thinking," Hunley continued. "It looks impossible, dangerous, perhaps insane. And you're right, it is dangerous. But it's also our best hope of breaking the blockade. The Union has us strangled, gentlemen. This vessel could be the knife that cuts the rope." He walked around the submarine, running his hand along its hull. "We've been working on this design for months. We've built 2 previous versions and learned from our mistakes. This one will work, but we need skilled men to help us complete it. Men who aren't afraid of hard work or new ideas." Another volunteer raised his hand. "Has it been tested, sir? Does it actually work?" "We've done preliminary tests in Charleston. The design is sound. But there's still work to be done, refinements to be made. That's where you come in." Patrick stepped closer to the submarine, examining the construction. The quality was good, the rivets tight, but he could see places where improvements could be made. His hands itched to get to work. "I'm in," he said. Hunley smiled. "I thought you might be. What's your name, son?" "Patrick Callahan, sir." "Well, Mr. Callahan, welcome to the project. Let me show you what we're building." The work was unlike anything Patrick had ever done. The submarine, they called it the H.L. Hunley, after its creator, was a marvel of engineering and a nightmare of cramped spaces and dangerous mechanisms. It was 40 feet long and less than 4 feet wide, designed to hold an 8-man crew. 7 would turn a crankshaft that drove the propeller, while the 8th, the captain, would steer and operate the diving planes. There were ballast tanks that could be flooded to sink the vessel or pumped out to raise it. There were small glass ports for seeing, though Patrick couldn't imagine how much you could actually see underwater. And at the front, extending from the bow, was a long spar with a torpedo attached, an explosive charge that would be rammed into the hull of an enemy ship. "You'd have to be crazy to ride in this thing," Tommy O'Brien said when Patrick told him about it. They were sitting in a tavern near the docks, drinking weak beer. Patrick had sworn not to talk about the project, but Tommy had a way of getting information out of people. "Maybe," Patrick agreed. "But if it works, you'll blow up a Yankee ship, and probably yourselves along with it." Tommy shook his head. "I'll stick to garrison duty, thanks." But Patrick found himself drawn to the project. There was something about the submarine, about the audacity of it, that appealed to him. It was a long shot, maybe even a desperate one, but it was something. Action instead of waiting. Hope instead of slow strangulation. He worked on the Hunley 6 days a week, 12 hours a day. The workshop was hot and loud, full of the sound of hammering and riveting. Horace Hunley was there constantly, supervising every detail, making adjustments, explaining the theory behind the design. "The key is ballast," he explained to Patrick one day. They were working on the tanks that would flood to sink the submarine. Too much water and we go down too fast. Maybe don't come back up. Too little and we can't submerge at all. It has to be precise. "What if something goes wrong?" Patrick asked. "What if the tanks don't pump out?" Hunley's face grew serious. "Then the crew drowns. That's the risk. That's why we're being so careful, why every detail matters. The men who crew this vessel will be putting their lives in our hands. We owe them our best work." Patrick thought about that as he worked, about the men who would climb into this iron tube and trust that it would keep them alive, about the fact that he might be one of those men. The other workers were a mixed group. There was James McClintock, one of the engineers who designed the submarine, a brilliant man with a sharp tongue. There was Baxter Watson, a machinist who could make any part they needed. There were carpenters and metalworkers, riggers and mechanics, all of them sworn to secrecy, all of them working toward the same goal. "Do you think it'll actually work?" Patrick asked Watson one afternoon. They were installing the crankshaft that would drive the propeller. Watson shrugged. "Hunley believes it will. McClintock has his doubts, but he keeps working on it. Me? I think it's 50-50. But 50-50 is better odds than we've got otherwise." By October, the submarine was nearly complete. They'd installed the crankshaft, the diving planes, and the ballast system. They'd sealed every seam, tested every valve. It looked ready. Hunley gathered the workers one evening after the day's work was done. "Gentlemen, we're almost there. Another week, maybe 2, and we'll be ready for water trials. I want to thank you for your dedication, your skill, and your discretion. What we've built here could change the course of this war." He paused, looking at each of them in turn. "I'll need volunteers for the crew, men willing to risk their lives to test this vessel, to prove it works. I won't lie to you, it's dangerous. But if you're willing, if you believe in what we're doing, I'd be honored to have you aboard." Patrick felt his heart pounding. This was it, the moment of decision. "I'll volunteer," he said. Several other men echoed him. Hunley nodded, his face grave. "Thank you. We'll begin training next week. God willing, by Christmas we'll have sent a Yankee ship to the bottom." Patrick walked home that night through streets growing cold with the approach of winter. He thought about his mother, his sister, and his brother, about the promise he'd made to come home safe, about the fact that he'd just volunteered for what might be a suicide mission. But he also thought about the blockade, about the city slowly starving, about the war dragging on with no end in sight. If the Hunley worked, if they could break the blockade, it might make a difference. It might save lives. It might be worth the risk. Chapter 9. November 1862. Catherine received her first letter from William in early November. It had taken weeks to reach her, passed through military channels and civilian mail, the envelope worn and stained. My dear Catherine, I hope this letter finds you well, and that your work at the hospital continues. I confess, I worry about you constantly. We are in camp near Fredericksburg, preparing for what promises to be a significant engagement. I cannot say more than that, but I wanted you to know that I think of you often. Your face, your voice, the way you looked that evening in the square, these memories sustain me through difficult days. I know we've only known each other briefly, and that circumstances make any understanding between us complicated. But I find I must be honest with you. I care for you, Catherine, more than is perhaps wise, given the uncertainty of our situation. But life is uncertain now for everyone, and I would rather speak the truth than remain silent and regret it. If I am presuming too much, please forgive me. If not, if you feel even a fraction of what I think, then I am the most fortunate man alive, regardless of what tomorrow brings. Yours, William. Catherine read the letter 3 times, her hands shaking. She sat in her room, the lamp burning low, and tried to compose a response. What could she say? That she thought of him constantly? That she'd never felt this way about anyone? Was that the thought of him dying in battle made her physically ill? In the end, she wrote, "And honestly, dear William, you are not presuming. I feel it too. Please be careful. Please come back. Yours, Catherine." She sent the letter and tried not to think about whether he would receive it, whether he was already dead, or whether she would ever see him again. The hospital kept her busy. The wounded continued to arrive, though fewer now as winter approached and military operations slowed. She had become skilled at her work, efficient and calm, even in crisis. The other nurses had stopped treating her as an interloper. Even Mrs. Pemberton had grudgingly admitted that Catherine was helpful. Ruth had become more than a colleague. She was a friend, perhaps the first real friend Catherine had ever had. They worked side by side, ate meals together when they could, and talked about everything. "You're in love," Ruth said one day, watching Catherine reread William's letter for the 10th time. "Is it that obvious?" "Only to someone who's paying attention." Ruth smiled. "Does he love you back?" "I think so. He says he does." "Then hold on to that. Love is precious, especially now." Catherine thought about Ruth's words as she worked, about love and war and the way they intertwine, about the fact that loving someone in wartime meant living with constant fear, constant uncertainty. But it also meant having something to hope for, something beyond the blood and suffering and death. She would take that trade. Patrick's training on the Hunley began in mid-November. There were 8 men in the crew. Horace Hunley himself as captain, James McClintock as first officer, and 6 men to turn the crank, including Patrick. They started on land, learning the positions, practicing the motions. The crankshaft was heavy, requiring all 6 men working in rhythm to turn it. They practiced for hours, building the coordination and endurance they would need. "Faster," Hunley would call. "We need to maintain at least 2 knots to have steerage." Faster. Patrick's shoulders burned. His hands blistered. But he kept cranking, kept pushing, determined not to be the weak link. They learned the ballast system, how to flood the tanks to submerge and pump them out to surface. They learned the diving planes, the rudder, and the compass. They learned what to do if something went wrong, though Patrick noticed that most of those procedures ended with "surface immediately" or "abandon ship." "What if we can't surface?" one of the crew asked. Hunley's face was grim. "Then we die. That's why we practice, why we check everything twice, why we never take unnecessary risks. This vessel can work, gentlemen, but only if we respect its dangers." In early December, they were ready for the first water trial. The Hunley was loaded onto a barge and towed out into the bay, away from prying eyes. A small boat accompanied them, carrying observers and rescue equipment. Patrick climbed through the forward hatch, squeezing into his position at the crank. The interior of the submarine was even more cramped than he'd imagined. He could barely move, could scarcely breathe. The other men pressed close on either side. "Everyone ready?" Hunley called from the captain's position. A chorus of affirmatives. "Flooding ballast tanks. Prepare to submerge." Patrick heard water rushing into the tanks. The submarine began to settle lower in the water. Through the small glass port near his position, he could see the surface rising, then covering the glass. They were underwater. "Level off," Hunley ordered. "Begin cranking." Slow and steady, Patrick pushed on the crank. It was harder underwater, the resistance greater. But the submarine began to move, creeping forward through the murky water. "We're doing it," someone whispered. "We're actually doing it." They stayed under for 10 minutes, moving in a slow circle. Then Hunley ordered the ballast tanks pumped out, and they rose to the surface. When Patrick climbed out through the hatch, gasping in fresh air, his legs shaking, he felt like he'd accomplished something impossible. "Well done, gentlemen," Hunley said, his face flushed with excitement. "We've proven the concept. Now we refine the execution." They conducted trials twice a week through December and into January. Each time, they stayed under a little longer, went a little deeper, moved a little faster. Patrick grew accustomed to the cramped darkness, the sound of water against the hull, the rhythm of the crank, but he never grew comfortable with it. There was always a moment, usually about 5 minutes into a dive, when panic would claw at his throat. When he would think about the tons of water above them, the iron walls around them, and the fact that they were trapped in a metal tube at the bottom of the bay. He learned to breathe through it, to focus on the work, to trust the vessel and the crew. But the fear never entirely went away. "You get used to it," McClintock told him after one challenging dive. "Or you don't, and you quit. No shame in that." "I'm not quitting," Patrick said. "Good. We need men with your skills and your courage." Patrick wasn't sure it was courage. It felt more like stubbornness, or maybe desperation. But he kept showing up, kept climbing into the submarine, kept cranking. In January, they attempted their first attack simulation. A derelict barge was anchored in the bay, and the Hunley approached it underwater. The torpedo spar extended. The plan was to ram the spar into the barge's hull, detach the torpedo, and retreat before it exploded. They successfully approached the submarine, gliding through the dark water. Patrick could hear Hunley counting down the distance. 50 feet. 40. 30. Brace for impact. The submarine struck the barge with a dull thud. Patrick felt the impact through the hull, felt the submarine shudder. Detach torpedo, reverse cranking, full speed. Patrick and the other men reversed their motion, cranking backward, driving the submarine away from the barge. They'd gone maybe 20 feet when the torpedo exploded. The shock wave hit them like a hammer. The submarine lurched, throwing men against the hull. Water began spraying through a seam that had split open. "Surface! Surface now!" Hunley shouted. They pumped the ballast tanks frantically. The submarine rose, breaking the surface just as water reached Patrick's knees. They'd made it, but barely. "That was too close," McClintock said, once they were safely back at the dock. "The explosion nearly killed us, and we were the ones who set it off. We need more distance, or a different detonation method." They spent the next month modifying the design, extending the spar, developing a trigger mechanism that would allow them to detach and retreat before detonation. It was painstaking work, and Patrick could see the frustration building in Hunley. "We're running out of time," the inventor said one evening. "The blockade tightens every day. We need to strike soon, prove this works, or the whole project will be shut down." "It'll work," Patrick said. "We just need to get it right." Hunley looked at him with tired eyes. "I hope you're right, Mr. Callahan. I hope you're right." Chapter 10. February 1863. The winter was brutal. Food grew scarcer, prices higher. The Whitfield family, once wealthy, now struggled to maintain appearances. Thomas had sold another ship, then another. The warehouse was half empty, the business dying. "We should leave," Margaret said one evening. "Go to Montgomery or Atlanta, somewhere away from the coast. And do what? Thomas asked. I'm a shipping merchant. Without ships, without a port, I'm nothing. You're alive. That's something. But Thomas wouldn't leave. Mobile was his home, his life. He would see it through, whatever came. Catherine barely noticed her family's struggles. She was consumed by her work at the hospital and by waiting for letters from William. He wrote when he could, brief notes that told her little about where he was or what he was doing, but that reassured her he was alive. She wrote back with longer letters describing her work, the city, her thoughts, and her fears. She told him things she'd never told anyone, trusting that he would understand. In February, she received a letter that made her heart stop. Catherine, I've been wounded, nothing serious, a bullet through the shoulder at Fredericksburg. I'm recovering at a hospital in Richmond and should be back with my regiment in a few weeks. Please don't worry. I'm fine, honestly. The doctors here are competent, and the wound is healing well. I think of you constantly. That's what kept me going when I was hit. What keeps me going now, the thought of seeing you again. Yours always, William. Catherine read the letter with shaking hands. Wounded. He'd been wounded. He could have died. She wrote back immediately, pouring out her fear and relief. She told him she loved him the first time she'd said it explicitly. She didn't care anymore about propriety or caution. Life was too short, too uncertain. At the hospital, she threw herself into her work with renewed intensity. Every wounded soldier was William. Every man she saved was him, brought back from the edge. Ruth watched her with concern. You're going to burn yourself out. I'm fine. You're not fine. You're exhausted. When was the last time you slept a full night? Catherine couldn't remember. I'll rest when the war is over. The war might not be over for years. You can't sustain this. But Catherine couldn't slow down. Working was the only thing that kept the fear at bay, the only thing that made her feel useful. If she stopped, if she let herself think too much, she would fall apart. Patrick's life had narrowed to the submarine. He worked on it during the day, trained in it at night, dreamed about it when he slept. The Hunley had become an obsession for all of them, Horace Hunley most of all. One more test, Hunley would say. One more refinement. We're almost there. But almost there kept receding. Every test revealed new problems, new dangers. The ballast system was temperamental. The crank was exhausting. The visibility was terrible. The torpedo mechanism was unreliable. In March, they conducted another attack simulation. This time, everything went perfectly. They approached the target underwater, rammed the spar home, detached the torpedo, and retreated to a safe distance. The explosion sank the barge without damaging the submarine. That's it, Hunley said, his face glowing with triumph. That's what we needed. We're ready. But McClintock was cautious. We should do more tests. Make sure it wasn't just luck. We don't have time for more tests. The blockade. We'll still be there next week. Horace, if we rush this, if something goes wrong with a real attack, we'll lose the submarine and the crew. We need to be certain. They argued for an hour, Hunley pushing for immediate action, McClintock urging caution. In the end, they compromised. One more week of tests, then they would seek approval for an actual attack. That week, Patrick barely slept. He was excited and terrified in equal measure. This was what they'd been working toward, what all the danger and effort had been for. A chance to strike back, to make a difference. He wrote to his mother, a careful letter that said nothing about the submarine, but conveyed how much he loved her and how much his family meant to him, just in case. On the final test dive, something went wrong. They were at depth, cruising smoothly, when one of the ballast tank valves stuck open. Water poured into the submarine faster than they could pump it out. Surface! Emergency surface! Hunley shouted. They pumped frantically, but the submarine was sinking, the bow tilting down. Water rose to their ankles, their knees. Abandon ship! McClintock yelled. Get the hatches open! Patrick scrambled toward the forward hatch, fighting against the tilt of the deck. Water was up to his waist now, ice cold, rising fast. He got the hatch open and pulled himself through, kicking toward the surface. He broke into the air, gasping, and looked around. Other men were surfacing, coughing, and sputtering. He counted heads. 7, 8. They were all out. The submarine was gone, sunk to the bottom of the bay. They swam to the support boat and hauled themselves aboard. For a long moment, no one spoke. They just sat there, dripping and shaking, alive. "Well," McClintock said finally, "that could have gone better." Hunley was staring at the water where the submarine had disappeared, his face devastated. "We can raise it, repair it. It's not over." "Horace, it's not over." Hunley's voice was fierce. "We were so close. We can fix this. We will fix this." They did raise the submarine, a week later, using chains and a barge. It was full of water, the interior a mess, but the hull was intact. They could repair it. But Patrick noticed that 2 crew members didn't return. They'd had enough, they said. They'd used up their luck. Patrick understood. He'd come within minutes of drowning, trapped in an iron coffin at the bottom of the bay. Any sane man would walk away. But he didn't walk away. He helped repair the submarine and helped train the replacement crew members. He climbed back inside for the next test dive, his heart pounding, his hands shaking, but determined. "Why?" Tommy O'Brien asked him. "Why keep doing this? You almost died." "Because it matters," Patrick said. "Because if we don't break the blockade, the city dies. Because someone has to do it. Let someone else be the hero." "I'm not trying to be a hero. I'm just trying to do my part." But late at night, lying in his bunk, Patrick wondered if Tommy was right. Wondered if he was being brave or just stupid. Wondered how many more times he could climb into that submarine before his luck ran out. Chapter 11. April, 1863. Spring brought new hope and new desperation. The submarine was repaired and ready. The crew was trained. They had the military command's approval to attempt an attack on the blockade. But Horace Hunley was growing increasingly erratic. He pushed for longer dives, deeper depths, and more aggressive maneuvers. He seemed to have lost his caution, his careful attention to safety. "He's going to get us killed," one of the crew members muttered. McClintock tried to rein him in, but Hunley wouldn't listen. "We've been too timid," he insisted. "We need to prove what this vessel can do." On a warm April morning, they prepared for what was supposed to be a final training dive before the actual attack. The submarine was loaded, and the crew assembled. Patrick climbed through the hatch, settling into his position at the crank. "Today we go deep," Hunley announced. 40 feet. We need to know the submarine can handle it." 40 feet was deeper than they'd ever gone. McClintock objected, but Hunley overruled him. "Flood ballast tanks. Take us down." The submarine sank as the pressure built. Patrick's ears popped. The hull creaked ominously. 30 feet, Hunley called. 35, 40. Level off. They hung there in the darkness, 40 feet below the surface. Patrick could hear his own breathing, loud in the confined space. Could listen to the water pressing against the hull. "Begin cranking. Let's see how she handles at depth." They cranked, and the submarine moved forward. Everything seemed fine. Then Patrick heard a sound that made his blood run cold, a sharp, clear crack. "What was that?" someone asked. "Nothing," Hunley said. "Keep cranking." But the sound came again, louder, and then water began spraying through a seam in the hull. "Surface! Now!" McClintock shouted. They pumped the ballast tanks, but something was wrong. The submarine wasn't rising. If anything, it was sinking deeper. "The pump's not working," someone yelled. "Manual pump. Use the manual pump." Patrick abandoned the crank and grabbed the manual pump handle, working it frantically. Other men joined him. Slowly, agonizingly, the water level in the ballast tanks began to drop. The submarine started to rise. 40 feet, 35, 30, and then it stopped. "Why aren't we rising?" Hunley demanded. "We're caught on something," McClintock said. "The bottom, or debris. We're stuck." Panic rippled through the crew. They were trapped, 30 feet down, with water still leaking through the cracked seam. "Everyone, calm down," McClintock ordered. "We can handle this. Patrick, you and James keep pumping. The rest of you, shift your weight aft. We'll try to rock free." They worked for what felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes, pumping, shifting, trying to break free. The water inside the submarine rose to their ankles despite their efforts. Patrick's arms burned. His lungs ached. The air was growing stale, hard to breathe. "It's not working," someone gasped. "We're going to die down here." "Shut up," McClintock snapped. "We're not dying. Patrick, one more try on the pump. Everyone else, on my count, shifts forward hard. Maybe we can break whatever's holding us." They tried. Patrick pumped with the last of his strength. The crew shifted forward in unison. And suddenly, they were free. The submarine lurched upward, rising fast. They broke the surface with a crash, the submarine rocking wildly. Patrick scrambled for the hatch, got it open, and sucked in fresh air like a drowning man. They'd made it. Barely. Back at the dock, McClintock confronted Hunley. "That's it. No more deep dives. No more pushing the limits. We stick to the plan. Shallow approaches, quick strikes, minimal risk. We need to know what the submarine can do. We know what it can do. It can kill us. Horace, I've been with you from the beginning, but I won't be part of this anymore if you keep taking these risks." Hunley looked at him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "You're right. I'm sorry. I got carried away. We all want this to work, but not at the cost of the crew." They shook hands, and Patrick felt relief wash over him. Maybe now they could proceed carefully, safely. But 3 days later, Horace Hunley took the submarine out for an unauthorized dive. He wanted to test something, he told the crew. Just a quick run. They never came back. The submarine was found a week later, sunk in the bay, and all hands were lost. Horace Hunley had died in the vessel that bore his name. Patrick attended the funeral, standing with the other survivors. He felt numb, hollowed out. Hunley had been brilliant and reckless and obsessed, and now he was dead. "What happens now?" Patrick asked McClintock. "We continue. We finish what Horace started. We make his death mean something. By getting more men killed?" McClintock's face was stern. "By breaking the blockade. By giving the Confederacy a chance. That's what Horace wanted. That's what we owe him." A new crew was assembled. New safety protocols were established. The submarine was raised, repaired, and made ready once more. Patrick volunteered again. He didn't know why. Maybe because walking away would make Hunley's death meaningless. Perhaps because he'd come this far and couldn't turn back. Maybe because he was too stubborn or too stupid to quit. Or maybe because, despite everything, he still believed the submarine could work, that it could make a difference, that it could be worth the cost. Catherine heard about the submarine disaster through hospital gossip. 5 men drowned, including the inventor. A secret project, something to do with attacking the blockade. She wondered if Patrick Callahan had been involved. She'd seen him occasionally around the city, always in uniform, always looking tired. She'd heard he'd been detailed to some special assignment. She hoped he was safe. She wished all of them were safe. But she knew that hope was a luxury in wartime, that safety was an illusion, that any of them could die at any moment, for reasons that might or might not matter. She received another letter from William. He was back with his regiment, his wound healed, preparing for another campaign. He wrote about spring in Virginia, about dogwood blossoms and warm evenings. He wrote about missing her, about counting the days until he could see her again. "I've been thinking about the future," he wrote about after the war. "I know it's presumptuous to make plans when everything is so uncertain, but I can't help imagining it a home, a life, you and I together. Is that foolish?" Catherine wrote back, "It's not foolish. It's hope, and hope is what keeps us going." She folded the letter, sealed it, and sent it off, knowing it might never reach him, knowing he might be dead before it arrived. But she sent it anyway, because hope was all they had. And sometimes, hope was enough. Chapter 12, June 1863. The Huntley left Mobile on a humid morning in early June. loaded onto a flatbed railcar bound for Charleston. Patrick stood on the dock and watched it go, feeling a mix of relief and regret. "Good riddance," said Tommy O'Brien, standing beside him. "That thing's cursed. Killed more of our own men than Yankees." Patrick didn't answer. He thought about Horace Hunley, about the men who'd drowned with him, about the dozens of dives he'd made, the terror and the exhilaration, the feeling of being part of something that might actually matter. Now it was gone, and he was back to regular garrison duty, drilling, standing watch, waiting for something to happen. "You all right?" Tommy asked. "Fine," Patrick said. "Just tired." He was more than tired. He was hollowed out, haunted by dreams of drowning, of being trapped in darkness while water rose around him. Some nights, he woke gasping, his heart pounding, convinced he was still in the submarine. His mother noticed. She always noticed. "You're not sleeping," she said one evening, watching him push food around his plate. "You barely eat." "Patrick, what happened with that special assignment?" "Nothing I can talk about, Ma." "Did someone die?" He looked up at her, saw the worry in her eyes, and couldn't lie. "Yes, several people." "Oh, Patrick." She reached across the table and took his hand. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Nora was watching him too, her face troubled. At 14, she was old enough to understand that war meant death, but young enough to still be shocked by it. "Were they your friends?" she asked quietly. "Some of them." Patrick thought of Hunley, of his obsession, his brilliance, and his terrible death. One of them was, he was trying to do something important, something that might have changed things. Did it work? No. It killed him instead. The silence that followed was heavy. His mother squeezed his hand, and Nora looked down at her plate, and Patrick felt the weight of all the things he couldn't say pressing down on him. Later, when his mother and sister had gone to bed, he sat on the front steps and stared at the stars. The night was thick with humidity, the air heavy with the smell of the bay and the distant sound of ships' bells. He thought about the submarine, now on its way to Charleston. He wondered if they'd find a crew willing to take it out. He wondered if it would kill them, too. He wondered what the point of any of it was. Catherine saw William in late June, when he came to Mobile on a brief leave. They met at the cathedral again, the same place they'd met before, because it was one of the few places they could be alone without causing a scandal. He looked thinner than she remembered, his face more lined. The wound in his shoulder had healed, but he moved carefully, as if it still pained him. "You're hurt," she said, reaching for him. "It's nothing, just stiff sometimes." He caught her hand and held it, his thumb tracing circles on her palm. "I've missed you. Your letters, they're the only thing that keeps me sane." "I've missed you too." She wanted to say more, wanted to tell him how much his letters meant to her, how she read them over and over until the paper was soft and worn. But the words stuck in her throat. They sat together in the dim light, filtering through the stained glass, their hands clasped, not speaking. There was too much to say and no way to say it. Finally, William broke the silence. "Catherine, I need to tell you something." Her heart clenched. "What is it?" "My mother knows. About us. About the letters." "How?" "She found one. I was careless." He looked at her, his expression pained. "She's not pleased. She thinks you're unsuitable, that your family is in trade, that you're working as a nurse, that it's all terribly inappropriate." Catherine felt her face flush with anger and humiliation. "I see. I don't care what she thinks," William said quickly. "I don't care about any of that. But I wanted you to know, in case she says something to your family, or to you." "What did you tell her?" "That I love you, that I intend to marry you, if you'll have me, and that her approval isn't required." Catherine's breath caught. "William, I know it's not the right time. I know we should wait until after the war, until things are settled. But I needed you to know. I needed to say it out loud, at least once. In case," he trailed off. But she knew what he meant. In case he didn't come back. "I love you too," she said, the words tumbling out. I've loved you for months. I just didn't know how to say it." He pulled her close, and she rested her head against his chest, listening to his heartbeat. They stayed like that for a long time, holding each other in the quiet cathedral, stealing a moment of peace in the middle of the war. When they finally parted, he kissed her forehead. "I have to go back tomorrow, but I'll write every chance I get." "Be careful," she said. "Please, William, be careful." "I will. I promise." But they both knew promises meant nothing in wartime. That careful men died just as easily as reckless ones. That love was no protection against bullets, or disease, or the 1,000 other ways the war could kill you. She watched him walk away, his uniform crisp in the fading light, and wondered if she'd ever see him again. By July, the shortages in Mobile had become severe. Coffee was impossible to find. Sugar was a luxury. Meat was scarce and expensive. People made do with substitutes: chicory for coffee, sorghum for sugar, whatever they could grow or trade for. The Whitfield family felt the pinch more than most. Thomas had sold another ship, then another. The warehouse was half empty. The blockade runners that had once made them wealthy now barely covered their costs, and the risks grew greater every month. "We need to consider selling the house," Thomas said one evening at dinner. Margaret's fork clattered against her plate. "The house? Thomas, this is our home. Your father built this house." "I know, but we can't afford to keep it. The taxes alone, we'll manage. We always manage." "Margaret, we're barely managing now. If we sell the house, we can move somewhere smaller, somewhere we can actually afford. We'll have enough to live on to see us through until the war ends." "And if the war doesn't end? If the Yankees win?" Margaret's voice was sharp. "What then? We'll have nothing. No home, no business, nothing. If the Yankees win, we'll have nothing anyway." The silence that followed was bitter. Catherine looked at her parents, saw the strain on both their faces, and felt a surge of helplessness. She was earning a small salary at the hospital now, but it was barely enough to cover her own expenses, let alone help her family. James, home on leave, cleared his throat. "I could send more of my pay home. I don't need much." "No," Thomas said firmly. "You keep your pay. You've earned it." "Father's right," Catherine said. "We'll find another way." But she didn't know which way that was. None of them did. Later, she found her mother in the parlor, staring at the portrait of Thomas's father above the mantel. "Mother?" Margaret didn't turn. "He built this house with his own hands, you know." "Well, not literally, but he designed it, oversaw every detail. He was so proud of it." "I know, and now we're going to lose it. Everything he worked for, everything your father has worked for, all of it, gone." Catherine sat beside her mother, taking her hand. "We'll survive. We're strong. We'll find a way." "Will we?" Margaret's voice was hollow. "Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I think this war is going to destroy us all, one way or another." Catherine had no answer to that because she wondered the same thing. Patrick's sister, Nora, took a job in August at a textile mill that had been converted to making army uniforms. She was 14, too young for such work, but the mill was desperate for workers and didn't ask questions. She came home exhausted every night, her fingers raw from the machines, her back aching. But she brought home wages small, but enough to help. "You shouldn't have to work," Patrick told her. "You should be in school." "There's no money for school," Nora said matter-of-factly. "And we need the wages. Ma's taking in more sewing, but it's not enough." Patrick felt the guilt like a weight on his chest. He sent most of his pay home, but it still wasn't enough. Nothing was ever enough. "I could find other work," he said. "Something that pays better than the army." "You can't desert," Nora said, shocked. "Patrick, they'd hang you." "I wouldn't desert. I'd not re-enlist when my term is up." "When is that?" "Next spring." Nora was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Do what you think is right. But don't do it just for us. We'll manage." He wanted to believe her, but he saw how thin she was getting, how tired his mother looked. He saw the way they stretched every meal, made every scrap of food last as long as possible. The war was eating them alive, slowly, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. In September, Catherine received a letter from William that made her heart stop. "Dearest Catherine, I'm writing this in haste as we're preparing to move out. I don't know when I'll be able to write again, or if I'll have the chance. The campaign ahead will be brutal, and I wanted you to have this letter, just in case. If something happens to me, I want you to know that loving you has been the greatest joy of my life. You've given me hope when I had none, purpose when everything seemed meaningless. You've made me believe that there's something worth fighting for, beyond duty and honor, something real and true and good. I've made arrangements. If I don't return, a sum of money will be set aside for you. Not much, but enough to help. My lawyer has the details. I know you'll protest, but please, let me do this. Let me take care of you, even if I can't be there. I love you, Catherine. I will love you until my last breath, and beyond, if such things are possible. Yours always, William." Catherine read the letter 3 times, tears streaming down her face. It sounded like a goodbye, like he didn't expect to come back. She wrote back immediately, a desperate letter full of love, fear, and pleading. She begged him to be careful, to come back to her, to not give up. She sent the letter and prayed it would reach him in time. Chapter 13. October 1863. The news reached Mobile on a gray October morning. The Huntley had sunk again in Charleston Harbor during a test dive. All 9 men aboard had drowned, including the new commander, Lieutenant George Dixon. Patrick heard about it at the barracks. Someone had a newspaper, and the story was there in black and white. Submarine disaster in Charleston. 9 men lost. He read the article twice, feeling numb. He'd known some of those men. Not well, but enough to remember their faces, their voices. They'd been transferred to Charleston with the submarine. Volunteers who believed in the mission enough to risk their lives. Now they were dead, drowned in the same metal coffin that had killed Horace Huntley. "Jesus," Tommy O'Brien said, reading over his shoulder. "That thing really is cursed." Patrick folded the newspaper carefully and handed it back. He felt hollow, scraped out. How many men had the Huntley killed now? 15? 20? And for what? It had never sunk a single enemy ship. Never accomplished anything except killing the men who believed in it. "You all right?" Tommy asked. "No," Patrick said. "I'm not all right." He walked out of the barracks and kept walking through the streets of Mobile, past the warehouses and the docks, until he reached the water. He stood there for a long time, staring at the bay, thinking about all the men who died trying to make a difference. Thinking about how futile it all was. At the hospital, Catherine was dealing with a different kind of death. The wounded kept coming not from battles, but from disease. Typhoid, dysentery, pneumonia. The hospital was overcrowded, undersupplied, and overwhelmed. She worked 16-hour days, sometimes longer. She changed dressings, administered medicine, and held the hands of dying men. She wrote letters for those who couldn't write, listened to their stories, and promised to tell their families they'd been brave. Ruth worked beside her, steady and tireless. They'd become a team, anticipating each other's needs, supporting each other through the worst moments. "You need to rest," Ruth said one evening, when Catherine nearly collapsed from exhaustion. "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You're going to make yourself sick, and then you'll be no good to anyone." Catherine knew she was right, but she couldn't stop. If she stopped, if she slowed down, she'd have to think, she'd have to feel, and she couldn't afford to do either. She hadn't heard from William in 6 weeks. 6 weeks of silence, of not knowing if he was alive or dead. Not knowing was worse than anything. "Go home," Ruth said firmly. "Get some sleep. I'll manage here." "Ruth, go. That's an order." Catherine went, too tired to argue. She walked home through streets that felt strange and unfamiliar, even though she'd lived in Mobile her whole life. The city was changing. becoming something more complicated and darker. The shortages were worse than ever. People looked hungry, desperate. There was a meanness in the air that hadn't been there before. When she got home, she found her mother in the parlor, crying. "Mother? What's wrong?" Margaret looked up, her face blotchy and red. "We're selling the house. Your father signed the papers today." Catherine sat down heavily. She'd known it was coming, but the reality of it still hit hard. "Where will we go?" "There's a smaller house on Conti Street, 3 bedrooms. Your father says it's respectable enough." Margaret's voice was bitter. "Respectable, as if that matters anymore." "I'm sorry, Mother. It's not your fault. It's this damned war. This damned, stupid war that's destroying everything." Catherine had never heard her mother curse before. It shocked her more than the news about the house. "We'll be all right," she said, though she didn't believe it. "We'll manage." "Will we?" "I don't know anymore, Catherine. I just don't know." The news about Catherine and William's relationship reached the Beaumont family through the gossip network that connected all of Mobile's elite families. Someone had seen them together at the cathedral. Someone else had noticed the letters. By November, it was common knowledge among their social circle. Mrs. Beaumont was appalled. "A Whitfield," she said to her husband, her voice shrill with outrage. "William is courting a Whitfield? A girl whose family is in trade? Whose father is practically bankrupt?" Colonel Beaumont sighed. He'd been expecting this conversation. "The Whitfields are a respectable family, Constance. Thomas Whitfield is a good man. A good man who's lost everything. And the daughter, she's working as a nurse. Robert, a nurse, handling men's bodies, seeing things no decent woman should see. It's scandalous. It's wartime. Things are different. Not that different. William is a Beaumont. He has a duty to his family, to his name. He can't throw himself away on some shopkeeper's daughter who's forgotten her place." Robert Beaumont looked at his wife and saw the fear beneath the outrage. She was terrified of losing status, of sliding down the social ladder that she'd climbed so carefully. The war was destroying the old order, and she was clinging to the wreckage. "I'll speak to William," he said quietly. "When he comes home." "You'll forbid it. You'll make him see reason." "I'll speak to him," Robert repeated. "That's all I can promise." But he knew, even as he said it, that William wouldn't listen. His son was in love, and love made men foolish, made them willing to throw away everything for a woman's smile. Robert had been young once. He remembered. Catherine learned about the Beaumonts' disapproval from William's following letter, which arrived in late November. "My parents know about us," he wrote. "My mother is furious. She said terrible things about you, about your family. I won't repeat them, they're beneath contempt. My father is more measured, but he's made it clear he disapproves. I've told them both that I don't care, that I love you and intend to marry you, with or without their blessing. But I wanted you to know what you're facing. If we go through with this, you'll be marrying into a family that doesn't want you. My mother will make your life difficult. She'll never accept you. I'll understand if you want to end this. Suppose the cost is too high. I'll be heartbroken, but I'll understand. But if you're willing to face it, if you're willing to fight for us, then I promise you, I'll spend the rest of my life making sure you never regret it." Catherine read the letter in her room, her hands shaking. She thought about Mrs. Beaumont's disapproval, about the social ostracism she'd face. She thought about her own family, struggling to survive, and how a connection to the Beaumonts might help them, or might make things worse. She thought about William, about his kindness and his courage, and the way he looked at her like she was the only thing in the world that mattered. She picked up her pen and wrote back, "I'm willing to fight. For you, for us, whatever it takes." Elijah Freeman watched the city's transformation with careful eyes. The war was changing everything, creating cracks in the old order. White men were dying by the thousands. The economy was collapsing. The certainty that had kept slavery in place was crumbling. He didn't talk about it, not even with Hannah. It was too dangerous. But he thought about it constantly, planned for it, prepared for the moment when those cracks might become openings. "You're thinking again," Hannah said one evening. watching him stare into the fire. Always thinking. Dangerous thoughts? Hopeful thoughts. She smiled, but there was worry in her eyes. Hope can be dangerous too, I know. But it's all we have. Their son Samuel was 8 now, bright and curious. Elijah had been teaching him to read in secret, using books borrowed from sympathetic whites. It was illegal, punishable by whipping, or worse. But Elijah believed that knowledge was the key to freedom, and he was determined that his son would have it. "What are you reading, Papa?" Samuel asked one night, looking at the book in Elijah's hands. "History," Elijah said, "about other countries, other times. Tell me." So Elijah told him about the Haitian Revolution, about slaves who'd risen and won their freedom. He told him carefully, in language a child could understand, but with enough truth that Samuel would remember. "Could that happen here?" Samuel asked. "Maybe," Elijah said. "Someday, if we're ready." Hannah shot him a warning look, but didn't say anything. She understood. They were walking a tightrope, preparing for a future that might never come, risking everything on the hope that it would. But what else could they do? Accept slavery forever? Teach their son to bow and scrape and accept his chains? No, they would hope. They would prepare. And when the moment came, if it came, they would be ready. Chapter 14. December 1863. The winter of 1863 was the hardest yet. The blockade had choked off almost all imports. Food prices soared to levels that made them meaningless. A pound of coffee cost $40. When you could find it, a barrel of flour costs $200. Meat was a memory. People ate whatever they could find. Rats became standard fare in the poorer neighborhoods. Dogs and cats disappeared from the streets. Gardens that had once grown flowers now grew vegetables. Every inch of soil pressed into service. The Whitfield family moved to the house on Conti Street in January. It was smaller, darker, colder. Margaret walked through the rooms with a fixed expression, refusing to cry, refusing to acknowledge how far they'd fallen. Catherine tried to help, but there was little she could do. Her salary from the hospital was paid in Confederate currency, which was worth less every day. A month's wages wouldn't buy a week's food. James was still with his regiment in Tennessee. His letters were infrequent and carefully censored, but Catherine could read between the lines. He was hungry. He was cold. He was losing hope. "We should never have seceded," Thomas said one night, staring into the meager fire. "We should have found another way." Margaret looked at him sharply. "Don't say that. Don't even think it. If anyone heard you—" "I don't care anymore. Let them hear. It's the truth." He rubbed his face, looking older than his years. "We've lost everything, Margaret. Everything. And for what? For cotton? For the right to own other human beings? It's not worth it. It was never worth it." Catherine had never heard her father talk like this. It frightened her more than anything else. The defeat in his voice, the hopelessness. "We'll survive," she said, though she wasn't sure she believed it. "The war can't last forever, can't it?" Thomas looked at her with hollow eyes. "Sometimes I think it will. That we'll all keep dying and starving until there's nothing left." At the hospital, conditions were desperate. They'd run out of chloroform, out of morphine, out of almost every medicine that mattered. Catherine and Ruth did what they could with whiskey and prayer, but it wasn't enough. Men died screaming, in agony, because there was nothing to ease their pain. The hospital was overcrowded, understaffed, and undersupplied. Wounded men lay on the floor because there weren't enough beds. The smell of gangrene and death was overwhelming. "We need more supplies," Catherine told Dr. Morrison. "We need medicine, bandages, food." "I know what we need," he snapped. "But there's nothing to be had. The blockade." "I know about the blockade. But there must be something we can do." "There isn't. We make do with what we have, or we don't. Those are the only choices." Catherine wanted to scream. She tried to shake him, to make him understand that making do meant watching men die who could have been saved. But she knew he understood. He was just as frustrated as she was, just as helpless. Ruth found her later, sitting in the supply room, crying. "I can't do this anymore," Catherine said. "I can't watch them die. I can't." "Yes, you can." Ruth sat beside her, putting an arm around her shoulders. "You can because you have to, because they need you, because if you give up, who's going to help them? But it's not enough. Nothing I do is enough. It's enough for the ones you save. It's enough for the ones who die with someone holding their hand, instead of alone. It's enough, Catherine. It has to be." Catherine leaned against Ruth and cried until she had no tears left. Then she dried her eyes, stood up, and went back to work. Because Ruth was right, it had to be enough. Patrick's enlistment was due to expire in April. He thought about it constantly, whether to re-enlist or go home, whether his duty was to the army or to his family. His mother needed him. Nora needed him. They were barely surviving, even with his pay. If he left the army, he could find work, earn more money, and properly help them. But if he left, he'd be abandoning his unit, his friends. He'd be a deserter in all but name, leaving other men to fight while he stayed safe at home. "What are you going to do?" Tommy O'Brien asked one night. "I don't know. I'm re-enlisting. Signed the papers yesterday." Patrick looked at him in surprise. "Why?" Tommy shrugged. "Where else am I going to go? My family's dead. I've got no trade, no prospects. At least in the army, I've got a place. I've got brothers." He paused. "You're one of them, Patrick. I'd hate to lose you." Patrick felt the weight of that, the obligation, the loyalty. These men were his brothers, in a way his actual brother had never been. They'd suffered together, survived together. How could he abandon them? But how could he abandon his mother and sister? "I'll think about it," he said. "Don't think too long. They're offering a bonus for re-enlistment. $300. $300. It was a fortune, enough to keep his family fed for months, maybe longer, if they were careful. Patrick lay awake that night, staring at the ceiling, trying to decide and trying to figure out which betrayal he could live with. Catherine received a letter from William in February. He was in winter quarters in Virginia, cold and hungry but alive. He wrote about the men he'd lost, about the friends who'd died. He wrote about missing her, about dreaming of the day when they could be together. "I've been thinking about what happens after the war," he wrote. "Assuming we win, and I'm no longer certain we will, what kind of world will we be living in? What kind of life can we build? My father's plantation will be ruined. The slaves will be gone, one way or another. The economy will be destroyed. Everything we knew, everything we took for granted, will be different. But maybe that's not a bad thing. Perhaps we need to build something new, something better. Maybe this war, terrible as it is clearing the ground for something that should have been built long ago. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm tired and cold, and I've seen too much death, but I keep thinking about it, about you and me, building a life in a new world, a better world. Is that naive? Probably, but I need to believe it's possible. I need to think there's something worth surviving for." Catherine read the letter and felt her heart break and mend at the same time. He was right. The old world was dying, but what would replace it? She wrote back, telling him about the hospital, about the suffering she saw every day. She told him about her family's struggles, about moving to the smaller house. She told him she loved him, that she believed in the future he imagined, even if she couldn't quite see it yet. "We'll build it together," she wrote. "Whatever comes, we'll face it together." She sent the letter and prayed he'd receive it, prayed he'd survive long enough to make those dreams real. In March, the Beaumont family made their position clear. Colonel Beaumont came to the house on Conti Street, formally dressed, his expression grave. Thomas Whitfield received him in the small parlor, offering what hospitality he could: weak tea, no sugar. "I'll be direct," Beaumont said. "My son has informed me of his intentions regarding your daughter. I'm here to ask you to discourage the match." Thomas set down his teacup carefully. "Why?" "Because it's unsuitable. Because my wife will never accept it. Because it will cause nothing but pain for everyone involved. My daughter is a respectable young woman from a good family. Your family is bankrupt, Whitfield. You've lost everything. You're living in a house that's barely better than a tenement. Beaumont's voice was not unkind, but it was firm. I don't say this to be cruel. I'm simply stating facts. My son is a Beaumont. He has responsibilities and expectations. He can't throw his life away on a penniless girl, no matter how respectable. Thomas felt anger rising in his chest. Catherine is not penniless. She has her education, her skills. She's a nurse. She works with her hands. That's not the life my son should be living. Then perhaps your son should make his own choices. He's young. He's in love. He's not thinking clearly. Beaumont leaned forward. I'm asking you, as one father to another, to end this. Tell your daughter to break it off. It's the kindest thing you can do for both of them. Thomas looked at the man across from him, wealthy, powerful, confident of his place in the world, a world that was crumbling around them, though Beaumont didn't seem to realize it yet. I'll speak to Catherine, Thomas said, but I won't force her. She's old enough to make her own decisions. Then you're a fool. Beaumont stood. When this ends badly, and it will remember that I tried to prevent it. He left, and Thomas sat alone in the parlor, wondering if Beaumont was right, wondering if he was condemning his daughter to a life of misery by not forbidding the match. When he told Catherine about the visit, she listened quietly, her face pale. What do you think I should do? She asked. I think you should follow your heart, Thomas said. But I also think you should understand what you're facing. Mrs. Beaumont will never accept you. You'll be marrying into a family that despises you. It will be hard, Catherine. Harder than you can imagine. I know. Do you? Do you really? He took her hand. I want you to be happy, but I also want you to be realistic. Love isn't always enough. It has to be, Catherine said, because it's all we have. Patrick re-enlisted in April. He took the $300 bonus and sent it all home to his mother, keeping only enough for tobacco and the occasional drink. You're a damn fool, Tommy O'Brien said, but he was grinning. But I'm glad you're staying. So am I, Patrick said, though he wasn't entirely sure it was true. He wrote to his mother, explaining his decision. He told her about the bonus, about how it would help. He told her he'd keep sending his pay, that they'd manage somehow. He didn't tell her about the nightmares, about the way he still woke up gasping, convinced he was drowning. He didn't tell her that he'd re-enlisted partly because he didn't know how to be anything other than a soldier anymore. Some things were better left unsaid. Chapter 15, May 1864. Spring brought rumors of Union forces gathering at the mouth of Mobile Bay. Everyone knew an attack was coming. The only question was when. The garrison at Fort Morgan was reinforced. Patrick's unit was transferred there in June, along with hundreds of other soldiers. They drilled constantly, preparing for the assault everyone knew was inevitable. Fort Morgan sat at the tip of Mobile Point, guarding the main channel into the bay. It was a massive brick fortress, with walls 5 feet thick and guns that could sink any ship that tried to pass. Across the channel, on Dauphin Island, Fort Gaines provided crossfire. Between them, they'd sunk mines, torpedoes, in the parlance of the day that made the channel a death trap. They'll never get through, said Sergeant O'Malley, surveying the defenses. We'll blow them out of the water. Patrick wasn't so sure. He'd seen what Union naval power could do. He'd heard about the ironclads, the massive ships with armor thick enough to shrug off cannon fire. He'd heard about Admiral Farragut, the Union commander who'd captured New Orleans and who was now gathering his fleet outside the bay. Maybe, he said, or maybe they'll just pound us into rubble. Cheerful as always, Callahan. Patrick shrugged. He'd stopped pretending to be optimistic. The war had beaten that out of him. In Mobile, Catherine worked frantically to prepare the hospital for what was coming. They stockpiled what supplies they could, bandages, whiskey, and surgical instruments. It wasn't enough, but it was all they had. When the attack comes, we'll be overwhelmed, Dr. Morrison said. We need to be ready for hundreds of casualties, maybe thousands. Catherine nodded. She'd seen the preparations at the forts, heard the rumors. She knew what was coming. She also knew that William's regiment had been ordered to Fort Morgan. He'd written to tell her, a brief letter that tried to sound confident but couldn't quite hide his fear. "I'll be all right," he'd written. "The fort is strong. We're well supplied. And I have something to live for you." She'd written back immediately, pouring out her heart, telling him to be careful, to survive, to come back to her. She'd sent the letter and then waited, terrified, for news. In July, William came to Mobile on a brief leave. It was the first time Catherine had seen him in months, and the change in him shocked her. He was thinner, more rigid, with lines around his eyes that hadn't been there before. They met at the cathedral again, their usual place. It was risky if anyone saw them, if word got back to his mother, but neither of them cared anymore. "I had to see you," he said, pulling her into his arms. Before whatever happens. Don't talk like that. You're going to be fine, Catherine." He pulled back, looking at her seriously. "I need you to listen. If something happens to me, nothing's going to happen. If something happens," he continued firmly, "I've made arrangements. There's money set aside for you. My lawyer has the details. It's not much, but it's enough to help your family, to give you some security. William, I don't want your money. I want you. I know. But I need to know you'll be taken care of. Please, Catherine, let me do this." She wanted to argue, but she saw the determination in his eyes and knew it was pointless. "All right, but you're going to survive, and we're going to get married, and none of this will matter." "I hope you're right." He kissed her then, desperately, like a drowning man gasping for air. "I love you. Whatever happens, remember that. I love you more than anything. I love you too." They held each other in the dim cathedral, stealing a few precious moments before he had to leave. When they finally parted, Catherine watched him walk away, memorizing every detail, the set of his shoulders, the way he moved, the last glimpse of his face as he turned to wave goodbye. She had a terrible feeling she'd never see him again. The Callahan family said goodbye to Patrick in late July. He had a day's leave before reporting back to Fort Morgan, and he spent it at home, trying to memorize every detail. His mother cooked what she could, a thin stew, cornbread, weak coffee. It wasn't much, but she served it like a feast, and Patrick ate every bite, grateful. Nora had grown taller, thinner. At 15, she looked older than her years, worn down by work and worry. But she smiled when she saw him and hugged him tight. "You be careful," she said. "You hear me? You be careful and come home." "I will. Promise?" He wanted to promise. He tried to tell her he'd be fine, that he'd survive, that everything would be all right. But he'd made too many promises he couldn't keep. "I'll do my best," he said instead. His mother walked him to the door when it was time to leave. She didn't cry, she'd learned not to cry, but her eyes were bright with unshed tears. "Patrick," she said, "whatever happens, I want you to know I'm proud of you. Your father would be proud too. Ma, let me finish. You're a good man, a good son. You've done everything you could for us, and I'm grateful. But if it comes down to it, if you have to choose between duty and survival, you choose survival. You hear me? You come home." Patrick hugged her, feeling her thin frame against his chest. "I'll try, Ma. I promise. I'll try." He left before she could say anything else, before he could change his mind. He walked through the streets of Mobile, past the houses and shops and churches, wondering if he'd ever see them again, wondering if any of them would survive what was coming. Chapter 16. August 1864. The Battle of Mobile Bay. The Union fleet appeared on the morning of August 5th, 1864. 18 ships, including 4 massive ironclad monitors, their guns bristling like the quills of some enormous beast. Patrick watched them from the ramparts of Fort Morgan, his stomach tight with fear. He'd never seen so many ships in one place, and never seen such concentrated power. "Jesus Christ," Tommy O'Brien whispered beside him. "There must be 100 guns out there." "More," said Sergeant O'Malley. "And those ironclads, our guns won't even dent them. The fort's commander, General Richard Page, walked the ramparts, inspecting the defenses. He was a small man, with a fierce expression, radiating confidence. "Steady, men," he called out. "We've got the advantage. They have to come to us, through the channel, through the mines. We'll tear them apart." Patrick wanted to believe him, but looking at that fleet, at the sheer, overwhelming force of it, he felt his confidence crumble. The attack began at dawn. The Union ships formed a line, the ironclads in front, the wooden ships lashed together in pairs behind them. They came slowly, deliberately, straight toward the fort. Fort Morgan's guns opened fire first, the massive cannons roaring, shaking the ground. Patrick saw the shots hit, saw them bounce off the ironclad's armor like pebbles off a turtle's shell. "Reload!" Sergeant O'Malley was shouting. "Faster! Reload and fire!" Patrick worked his gun mechanically, loading, firing, loading again. The noise was deafening. The smoke was so thick he could barely see. His ears rang. His hands burned from the hot metal, but he kept working. The Union ships returned fire. Their guns were bigger, more powerful. The shells screamed overhead, exploding against the fort's walls, sending brick and mortar flying. Men screamed. Someone near Patrick took a direct hit, just disappeared, in a spray of blood and bone. "Keep firing!" O'Malley was still shouting, his voice hoarse. "Don't stop!" Patrick loaded another round, aimed, and fired. The recoil nearly knocked him off his feet. He couldn't tell if he was hitting anything, couldn't tell if any of this mattered. Then, suddenly, there was a massive explosion out in the channel. One of the Union ironclads, the Tecumseh, had hit a mine. Patrick watched in horror as the ship tilted, water pouring into the breach, and then sank in less than a minute. Men were jumping overboard, screaming, drowning. "We got one!" someone shouted. "We sank one!" But the rest of the fleet kept coming. And then Patrick heard it, a voice carrying across the water, clear despite the chaos. "Damn the torpedoes! Full speed ahead!" It was Admiral Farragut, lashed to the rigging of his flagship, the Hartford, and the fleet obeyed, charging through the minefield, ignoring the danger, pressing forward with terrifying determination. More mines exploded, but the ships kept coming. They were past the worst of it now, into the bay, and Fort Morgan's guns couldn't traverse far enough to hit them. "They're through!" someone shouted. "They're in the bay!" Patrick watched helplessly as the Union fleet engaged the Confederate squadron, 3 wooden gunboats, and the ironclad CSS Tennessee. It wasn't even a fair fight. The Union ships surrounded them, pounding them with overwhelming firepower. The Tennessee fought bravely. Patrick could see her, a dark shape in the smoke, firing her guns, ramming Union ships, refusing to surrender. But she was alone, outnumbered, outgunned. Finally, after nearly an hour of brutal combat, the Tennessee's flag came down. She'd surrendered. The battle wasn't over, though. The Union fleet turned its attention to Fort Gaines, across the channel. Patrick watched as they bombarded it mercilessly. 2 days later, Fort Gaines surrendered. Now Fort Morgan stood alone. In Mobile, Catherine heard the guns. Everyone did. The sound carried across the water, a constant thunder that went on for hours. She was at the hospital when the first wounded began, arriving men from the Confederate ships, pulled from the water, burned and broken. Then, men from Fort Gaines evacuated before the surrender. "Clear the wards," Dr. Morrison was shouting. "Make room. We need every bed." Catherine worked frantically, helping to move patients, prepare surgical tables, and organize supplies. The wounded kept coming, more and more of them, until the hospital was overflowing. She saw burns that made her stomach turn, saw men with limbs blown off, with shrapnel embedded in their bodies, with wounds that would kill them slowly and painfully. She worked until her hands were covered in blood, until she was so tired she could barely stand. Ruth worked beside her, steady as always. "Keep moving," she said. "Don't think, just work." Catherine worked. She cleaned wounds, applied bandages, and held down screaming men while Dr. Morrison amputated. She did things she'd never imagined doing, saw things she'd never wanted to see. And through it all, she thought about William, wondered if he was alive, wondered if he was one of the wounded or one of the dead. She didn't know. And the not knowing was agony. Fort Morgan held out for 2 weeks. The Union fleet bombarded it constantly, day and night. The walls crumbled. The barracks burned. Men died in the rubble, crushed by falling brick, torn apart by exploding shells. Patrick lived in a nightmare. He slept in snatches when the bombardment paused. He ate whatever he could find: hardtack, salt pork, water that tasted like rust. He fired his gun until his hands were raw and bleeding, until he couldn't hear anything but ringing in his ears. Men died around him. Tommy O'Brien took shrapnel in the chest and bled out in Patrick's arms, gasping, trying to say something that Patrick couldn't hear. Sergeant O'Malley was crushed when a wall collapsed. Others just disappeared, blown apart by direct hits. On August 23rd, General Page finally surrendered. The fort was a ruin, the garrison decimated. They'd held out as long as they could, but it was over. Patrick stood in the rubble, covered in dust and blood, and watched the Union soldiers march in. He felt nothing. No anger, no shame, no relief, just emptiness. They were marched out of the fort, lined up, and counted. Patrick looked for familiar faces and found few. His unit had been nearly wiped out. Of the 50 men who'd been transferred to Fort Morgan, maybe 15 were still alive. Name? A Union officer asked. Patrick Callahan. Regiment, Patrick told him. The officer wrote it down and moved to the next man. They were prisoners now. The war, for Patrick, was over. Catherine learned about the surrender from the newspapers. Fort Morgan had fallen. The bay was in Union hands. Mobile was cut off, isolated, doomed. She frantically searched the casualty lists for William's name. It wasn't there. But that didn't mean he was alive. It just meant he wasn't confirmed dead. She wrote to him a desperate letter, begging for news. She sent it and waited, terrified. Days passed, then weeks. No response. She kept working at the hospital, kept caring for the wounded, kept going through the motions. But inside, she was dying. The not knowing was killing her. Finally, in early September, a letter arrived. Not from William, but from his father. Catherine's hands shook as she opened it. Miss Whitfield, it is my painful duty to inform you that my son, Captain William Beaumont, was killed in action during the defense of Fort Morgan on August 12, 1864. He died bravely, leading his men, doing his duty. I know that you and William had formed an attachment. While I disapproved of the match, I recognize that he deeply cared for you. He spoke of you often in his letters home. He left instructions to set aside a sum of money for you. My lawyer will contact you regarding the details. I trust you will use it wisely. I am sorry for your loss. And for mine. Colonel Robert Beaumont. Catherine read the letter 3 times before the words made sense. William was dead. He'd been dead for weeks, and she hadn't known and hadn't felt it. Had kept hoping, kept believing he'd come back, but he was gone, and she was alone. She folded the letter carefully, put it in her pocket, and went to work. Because work was all she had left. Work, and the endless parade of wounded men who needed her. She didn't cry. Not then. There would be time for tears later. For now, she just kept moving, one foot in front of the other, one patient after another, one day at a time. It was all she could do. Chapter 17. September 1864. The grief came in waves. Catherine would be working, cleaning a wound, changing a bandage, spooning broth into a soldier's mouth, and suddenly she'd remember William's smile, the way his eyes crinkled at the corners when he laughed. The memory would hit her like a physical blow, stealing her breath, making her hands shake. Then she'd force herself to breathe, to focus, to keep moving, because the wounded men needed her, and grief was a luxury she couldn't afford during working hours. At night, alone in her room, she let herself feel it, the loss, the unfairness, the future that would never be. She cried into her pillow, muffling the sound so her mother wouldn't hear. She read William's letters over and over until she had them memorized. She touched the small locket he'd given her, the one with his photograph inside. And then, in the morning, she got up and went back to work. "You're allowed to take time," Ruth said one afternoon, watching Catherine work with mechanical efficiency. "You're allowed to grieve." "I am grieving," Catherine said, not looking up from the bandage she was wrapping. "I'm just doing it while I work." Ruth was quiet for a moment. "He must have been a good man." "He was." Catherine's voice cracked slightly. "He was kind and brave, and he saw me, really saw me, when no one else did. Then he was a very good man indeed." Ruth touched Catherine's shoulder gently. "I'm sorry you lost him." Catherine nodded, not trusting herself to speak. She finished the bandage, checked the soldier's fever, and moved on to the next bed. Work was her salvation. Work kept her sane. The hospital was busier than ever. After the fall of Fort Morgan, wounded men had flooded into Mobile Confederate soldiers who'd survived the siege. Casualties from skirmishes along the bay. Men suffering from disease and malnutrition. The wards were overcrowded. Supplies were desperately short, and the staff was exhausted. But Catherine kept working. She'd become one of the most skilled nurses in the hospital. Her hands steady, her judgment sound. Dr. Morrison relied on her more and more, trusting her to handle complicated cases, to make decisions when he was overwhelmed with other patients. "You've become indispensable," he told her one evening, his voice heavy with fatigue. "I don't know what we'd do without you." Catherine didn't feel indispensable. She felt hollow, but she nodded and kept working, because what else was there to do? 300 miles north, in a Union prisoner of war camp outside Nashville, Patrick Callahan was learning what it meant to survive. The camp was a sea of mud and misery. Thousands of Confederate prisoners crowded into a space meant for hundreds, living in makeshift tents and crude shelters, subsisting on meager rations of hardtack and thin soup. Disease was rampant. Dysentery, typhoid, pneumonia. Men died every day, their bodies carried out on stretchers and buried in unmarked graves. Patrick had been captured during the fall of Fort Morgan, along with most of his company. They'd been marched north under guard, packed into railroad cars like cattle, and deposited in the camp with thousands of other prisoners. That had been 3 weeks ago. It felt like 3 years. He'd lost weight. They all had. The rations were barely enough to keep a man alive, let alone healthy. Patrick's uniform hung loose on his frame, his belt cinched tight to keep his trousers from falling. His face was gaunt, his eyes hollow. But he was alive. That was something. "You think they'll exchange us?" Tommy O'Brien asked one night, huddled around a small fire with Patrick and a few other men from their company. "Send us back south?" "Maybe," Patrick said, though he didn't believe it. Prisoner exchanges had mainly stopped. The Union had more men to spare than the Confederacy did, so they decided to hold their prisoners rather than trade them back. It was a brutal calculation, but effective. "My ma doesn't even know I'm alive," Tommy said quietly. "For all she knows, I died at Fort Morgan." Patrick thought of his own mother, his sister. They'd know he was missing, but would they know he was a prisoner? Would they know he was alive? He'd tried to send a letter through the camp authorities, but he had no idea if it would reach Mobile. "We'll get word to them somehow," Patrick said, trying to sound confident. "When the war's over, we'll go home." "When will that be?" another man asked. "How much longer can this go on?" No one had an answer. They sat in silence, watching the fire burn down to embers, each man lost in his own thoughts. Patrick thought about the Huntley, about Horace Huntley's obsession and death. He thought about all the men who died in this war, on both sides, for causes they barely understood. He thought about his father, dead in a shipyard accident before the war even started. He thought about Catherine Whitfield, the girl he'd loved from afar, who'd probably forgotten he existed. He thought about survival, and what it cost, and whether it was worth it. Then he lay down on the cold ground, pulled his thin blanket around himself, and tried to sleep, because tomorrow he'd have to survive another day, and the day after that, and the day after that. until the war ended, or until he died. Whichever came first. In Mobile, the Whitfield family was facing their own crisis. With the bay closed and the blockade complete, Thomas Whitfield's business had collapsed entirely. The warehouse sat empty. The remaining ships were trapped in port, useless. The family's savings were nearly gone, spent on food and necessities at inflated wartime prices. "We'll have to sell the house," Thomas said one evening in late September, his voice flat and defeated. Margaret looked up from her sewing. She was mending an old dress for the third time, unable to afford new fabric. "Sell the house? Thomas, this is our home. Your father built this house." "I know," Thomas rubbed his face wearily, "but we can't afford to keep it. The taxes alone are more than we can manage, and we need the money to live on. We'll find something smaller, something we can afford." "Where?" Margaret's voice rose. "Everything is expensive now. Everything is scarce. Where will we go?" "I don't know." Thomas looked at his wife, at the fear and anger in her eyes, and felt his own failure like a weight on his chest. "But we can't stay here. Not unless you want to starve in a beautiful house." Catherine, sitting in the corner with a medical text, looked up. "I can help. The hospital pays me a small salary now. It's not much, but—" "No." Thomas's voice was sharp. "I won't take money from my daughter. I'm still the head of this family." "Then act like it," Catherine said quietly. "Accept help when it's offered. Stop letting pride make decisions for you." Thomas stared at his daughter, shocked. Margaret gasped. "Catherine, how dare you speak to your father that way?" "Someone needs to." Catherine closed her book and stood. "We're losing everything because father won't adapt, won't accept that the world has changed." "Well, it has changed. The old ways are gone. We need to survive in the new world, not cling to the past." "The new world," Thomas said bitterly. "You mean the world where my daughter works like a common laborer? Where my son is God knows where everything I built is gone?" "Yes," Catherine said. "That world. The real world. The one we're living in." She left the room before either parent could respond, climbing the stairs to her bedroom. Once inside, she closed the door and leaned against it, her heart pounding. She'd never spoken to her father that way before, nor had she ever challenged him so directly. But she was tired of watching him wallow in self-pity, weary of her mother's denial, tired of pretending that everything would somehow go back to the way it was. It wouldn't. The war had changed everything, and they needed to accept that. She sat on her bed and pulled out William's letters, rereading them by candlelight. He'd understood. He'd seen the world clearly, seen what was coming, and he'd tried to prepare for it. And now he was dead, and she was alone, and the world kept turning anyway. Catherine put the letters away and blew out the candle. Tomorrow she'd go back to the hospital. She'd work. She'd survive. She'd help her family survive, whether they wanted her help or not. Because that's what you did. You survived, even when you didn't want to. October 1864. The letter arrived on a gray October morning, delivered by a Union officer who'd come through the lines under a flag of truce. Margaret Whitfield opened the door to find a young lieutenant standing on her porch, holding an envelope. "Mrs. Whitfield, I have a letter for Miss Catherine Whitfield. From Mrs. Margaret Beaumont." Margaret took the letter with trembling hands. "Thank you." The officer tipped his hat and left. Margaret stood in the doorway, staring at the envelope, before calling upstairs. "Catherine, you have a letter." Catherine came down. Still in her nightgown, she'd worked late at the hospital and was sleeping in. She took the letter from her mother, recognized the handwriting, and felt her heart clench. She opened it carefully. "Dear Miss Whitfield, I hope this letter finds you well, though I suspect we are both far from well in these dark days. I am writing to apologize. When William told me of his feelings for you, I reacted poorly. I was concerned about propriety, about social standing, about things that seem trivial now in the face of loss. My son loved you. He spoke of you constantly in his letters home. He admired your courage, your dedication to helping the wounded, and your refusal to be bound by convention. He said you made him want to be a better man. I should have welcomed you into our family, I should have seen what he saw, a remarkable young woman who would have made him happy. Instead, I let pride and prejudice blind me. Now he is gone, and I am left with regrets I cannot undo. I wanted you to know that William died bravely. He was leading his men in a counterattack when he was struck. The surgeon said he died quickly, without suffering. I hope that brings you some small comfort. I also wanted you to know that you are welcome in our home. Should you wish to visit, I would like to know the woman my son loved. I would like to hear your memories of him, to understand what you meant to each other. Perhaps, in our shared grief, we might find some measure of comfort. With sincere regards, Margaret Beaumont. Catherine read the letter twice, tears streaming down her face. Her mother watched, concerned. What is it? What does she say? She's apologizing, Catherine said, her voice thick, for not accepting me, for not welcoming me when William was alive. Margaret was quiet for a moment. Then she said, softly, "Will you go? Will you visit her?" "I don't know." Catherine folded the letter carefully. "I don't know if I can bear it." But 3 days later, she found herself standing on the Beaumonts' porch, her heart pounding, her hands shaking. She knocked before she could lose her courage. A servant answered, an elderly black woman Catherine didn't recognize. "Miss Whitfield? Mrs. Beaumont is expecting you. Please, come in." The house was quieter than Catherine remembered. Darker. The curtains were drawn, the mirrors covered in mourning. She followed the servant to the parlor, where Margaret Beaumont sat in a chair by the window, dressed in black. She looked older, thinner. Her face was drawn, her eyes red-rimmed. When she saw Catherine, she stood slowly. "Miss Whitfield, thank you for coming." "Mrs. Beaumont." Catherine wasn't sure what else to say. They stood awkwardly for a moment. Then Margaret said, "Please, sit. Would you like tea? I'm afraid we don't have much, but tea would be lovely. Thank you." They sat. The servant brought tea weak, barely colored, but hot. They sipped in silence for a moment. Finally, Margaret said, "Tell me about him. Tell me about William, the way you knew him." And Catherine did. She told Margaret about their first meeting at the hospital, about their walks in the park, about his letters. She told her about his kindness, his humor, his dreams for the future. She told her about the way he'd seen her, really seen her, when no one else had. Margaret listened, tears streaming down her face. When Catherine finished, she said, "Thank you. Thank you for loving him. Thank you for making him happy, even if it was only for a little while." "He made me happy too," Catherine said. "He made me believe in possibilities, in a future worth fighting for." "And now?" Catherine was quiet for a long moment. "Now I don't know what I believe. I just know I have to keep going, keep working, keep trying to save the ones I can save." Margaret nodded. "That's all any of us can do, I suppose. Keep going." They talked for another hour, sharing memories, sharing grief. When Catherine finally left, she felt lighter somehow. Not healed, she'd never be fully healed, but less alone. Margaret Beaumont walked her to the door. "Will you come again? I would like that." "I'd like that too," Catherine said, and she meant it. In their shared loss, they'd found an unexpected connection. It didn't erase the pain, but it made it more bearable. Sometimes, that was enough. By late October, Mobile was in desperate straits. Cut off from the sea and under Union control of the bay, the city was slowly starving. Food prices had skyrocketed beyond what most families could afford. A pound of flour cost $50 Confederate. A pound of bacon, if you could find it, costs $75. Coffee was a distant memory. Salt was as precious as gold. The Whitfield family had sold their house. They'd moved into a small cottage on the edge of town, a place with 2 bedrooms and a kitchen barely big enough to turn around in. Margaret had cried when they left the big house, looking back at the home where she'd raised her children, where she'd been happy. But they'd had no choice. The money from the sale would keep them fed through the winter, maybe longer, if they were careful. Catherine gave most of her hospital salary to her parents. She kept only enough for her own necessities, which weren't many. She'd stopped caring about dresses and bonnets and all the things that had once seemed important. Now she cared about food and medicine and keeping people alive. James was still with his regiment somewhere in Tennessee. His letters came irregularly, when they came at all. He wrote about cold, hunger, and endless marching. He wrote about friends who died, about battles lost, about a cause that seemed more hopeless with each passing day. "I don't know how much longer we can hold out," he wrote in his last letter. "The men are exhausted. We're outnumbered, outgunned, out of everything. But we keep fighting because we don't know what else to do." Margaret read the letter and wept. Thomas read it and said nothing, his face gray. Catherine read it and felt a cold certainty settle in her chest. The war was ending, the Confederacy was dying, and when it finally fell, what would be left? She didn't know. None of them did. All they could do was survive, one day at a time, and hope they'd live to see whatever came next. In the prisoner of war camp, Patrick Callahan was learning that survival was a choice you made every day. Some men gave up. They stopped eating, stopped moving, stopped caring. They lay in their tents and waited to die. And usually, they didn't have to wait long. Disease, cold, or simple despair would take them within days. Patrick refused to give up. He ate every scrap of food he was given, no matter how unappetizing it was. He exercised when he could, walking the perimeter of the camp, doing push-ups and sit-ups in his tent. He talked to the other men, kept their spirits up, and reminded them they had families waiting for them at home. "You're a stubborn bastard, Callahan," Tommy O'Brien said one cold October night. "Don't you ever just want to quit?" "Every day," Patrick admitted. "But I made a promise to my ma. I promised I'd come home, and I keep my promises." Tommy laughed weakly. "Your ma raised you right. She did." Patrick thought of his mother, of Nora, of the little house on Ann Street. He thought of Mobile, of the Bay, of the life he'd left behind. He thought of Catherine Whitfield and wondered if she'd survived the war, if she was still working at the hospital, if she ever thought of him. Probably not. She'd been in love with that Beaumont fellow, the officer. They'd probably gotten married by now and probably had a house full of children. The thought should have made him sad, but it didn't. He was glad she'd found happiness, glad someone had. "You think we'll ever get out of here?" Tommy asked. "Yeah," Patrick said. "I do. The war can't last forever. Eventually, it'll end, and they'll let us go home. And then what?" Patrick didn't have an answer for that. He didn't know what would be waiting for them when they got home. Didn't know if there'd be anything left to go home to. But he'd cross that bridge when he came to it. For now, he just had to survive, one day at a time. Chapter 18. December 1864. Winter came early and hard that year. By December, Mobile was gripped by a cold that seemed to seep into your bones and never leave. The hospital had no coal for heating, so they burned whatever they could find: old furniture, scraps of wood, even books, when there was nothing else. Catherine worked in fingerless gloves, her breath visible in the ward's cold air. The wounded men shivered under thin blankets, their teeth chattering, their lips blue. Pneumonia swept through the hospital, killing men who'd survived their wounds. "We're losing more to cold and disease than we ever lost to bullets," Dr. Morrison said one bitter morning, his voice heavy with frustration. "And there's nothing we can do about it." Catherine wanted to argue, but she couldn't. He was right. They were out of medicine, out of supplies, out of everything. All they could do was try to keep the men warm and fed, and even that was becoming impossible. Food was the worst problem. The hospital's rations had been cut again and again. Now they were feeding the patients a thin gruel made from cornmeal and water, with occasional scraps of meat when they could get them. It wasn't enough to sustain wounded men. It wasn't enough to sustain anyone. Catherine was always hungry now. She'd lost weight, her dresses hanging loose on her frame. Her face was gaunt, her eyes shadowed. She looked in the mirror one morning and barely recognized herself. But she kept working, because what else was there? Ruth had become more than a colleague. She was Catherine's closest friend, the person who understood what she was going through. They worked side by side, supporting each other through the worst moments, sharing what little food they had, keeping each other sane. "You need to eat more," Ruth said one afternoon, watching Catherine give most of her lunch to a wounded soldier. "You can't help anyone if you collapse." "I'm fine," Catherine said automatically. "You're not fine. None of us are fine." Ruth took Catherine's arm, her grip firm. "But you're no good to these men dead. Eat. That's an order." Catherine smiled weakly. "You can't give me orders. We're the same rank." "Then consider it advice from a friend. Eat." Catherine ate. Not much, but enough to keep going. Because Ruth was right, she couldn't help anyone if she collapsed. The hospital had become her whole world. She worked 12, 14, sometimes 16 hours a day. She slept in a small room at the hospital when she was too tired to walk home. She dreamed about wounds and blood and dying men. But she also dreamed about William. In her dreams, he was alive, smiling, holding her hand. In her dreams, the war was over, and they were together, planning their future. Then she'd wake up, and he'd be dead, and the war would still be going on, and she'd have to face another day. It was getting harder to keep going, harder to find reasons to hope. But she did it anyway, because the men needed her, because Ruth needed her, because giving up wasn't an option. In the prisoner of war camp, Patrick Callahan was fighting his own battle against winter. The cold was brutal. The prisoners had no proper shelter, just tents and crude lean-tos that did little to keep out the wind. They had thin blankets, inadequate clothing, and no heat. Men froze to death in their sleep, their bodies found stiff and blue in the morning. Patrick had traded his watch, the one his father had given him, for an extra blanket. It had broken his heart to part with it, but he needed the warmth more than the sentiment. Survival trumped everything else. The food had gotten worse. The rations were cut again in December, down to a single meal a day, a cup of thin soup and a piece of hardtack so hard you had to soak it in water to eat it. Men were starving. Patrick could count his ribs, could see the bones of his wrists and ankles protruding sharply. Disease was rampant: dysentery, typhoid, pneumonia, scurvy. The camp hospital was overwhelmed, understaffed, and undersupplied. Men died every day, sometimes dozens of them. The burial details couldn't keep up. Tommy O'Brien died in early December. He'd caught pneumonia, and his weakened body couldn't fight it off. Patrick held his hand as he passed, listened to him call for his mother, and watched the light fade from his eyes. They buried him in a mass grave with 20 other men. No marker, no ceremony, just a hole in the ground and a shovelful of dirt. Patrick stood at the graveside and felt something inside him break. Tommy had been his friend, his companion through the whole war. They'd enlisted together, trained together, fought together. And now he was gone, buried in an unmarked grave, hundreds of miles from home. "I'm sorry, Tommy," Patrick whispered. "I'm sorry I couldn't save you." But there was no saving anyone in this place. There was only survival, and even that was a matter of luck more than anything else. Patrick went back to his tent and lay down on his thin blanket. He was so tired, so cold, so hungry. It would be easy just to give up, to let go, to join Tommy in the ground. But he'd made a promise. He'd promised his mother he'd come home. So he closed his eyes, pulled the blanket around himself, and tried to sleep. Tomorrow he'd get up and do it all again. And the day after that, and the day after that, until the war ended, or until he died. He was starting to think death might come first. In Mobile, the Whitfield family was barely surviving. The money from selling the house was running out. Food was impossibly expensive, and getting scarcer every day. Thomas had found work as a clerk in a government office, but the pay was in Confederate currency, which was nearly worthless. A month's salary wouldn't buy a week's food. Margaret had taken in sewing, mending clothes for other families. Her fingers were raw and bleeding from the constant work, but she kept at it. Every penny helped. Catherine gave them everything she could spare from her hospital salary. It wasn't much. The hospital could barely pay its staff, but it was something. They ate once a day, usually a thin soup made from whatever they could find: turnips, dried beans, occasionally a bit of salt pork. They were always hungry, always cold, constantly tired. "I never thought it would come to this," Margaret said one evening, stirring the pot of watery soup that would be their dinner. "I never thought we'd be reduced to this." "None of us did," Thomas said quietly. He looked older, his hair grayer, his face lined with worry. "But here we are." Catherine came home late that night, exhausted from a long shift at the hospital. She ate her small portion of soup without tasting it, then went to bed without speaking. She was too tired for conversation. In her room, she pulled out William's letters and read them by candlelight. She'd read them so many times she had them memorized, but she kept reading anyway. They were her connection to him, to the man she'd loved, to the future they'd never have. "When this war is over," he'd written, "I want to build something good, something that matters. I want to make a difference in the world, and I want to do it with you beside me." Catherine folded the letter carefully and put it away. William was gone. That future was gone. But she could still make a difference. She could still save lives, help people, and do something that mattered. It wasn't the future she dreamed of, but it was something. And sometimes, something was enough. January 1865. The new year brought no hope, only more hardship. News filtered into Mobile from the outside world, carried by refugees and deserters, and the occasional newspaper that made it through the lines. Sherman had taken Savannah. The Confederacy was collapsing. Lee's army was trapped in Petersburg, slowly starving. Everyone knew the war was ending. Everyone knew the South was losing. But the fighting continued anyway, because no one knew how to stop it. At the hospital, Catherine watched men die and wondered what they'd died for. What had any of them died for? States' rights? Slavery? Pride? Whatever the cause, it seemed hollow now, meaningless in the face of so much death. "Do you ever wonder if it was worth it?" she asked Ruth one cold January afternoon. They were sitting in the small room they shared, eating their meager lunch, a piece of cornbread and a cup of weak tea. Ruth was quiet for a long moment. "Every day," she said finally. "Every single day. And I don't have an answer." Ruth looked at Catherine, her dark eyes sad. "My people have been enslaved for 200 years. If this war ends slavery, then maybe it was worth it. But I look at all the death, all the suffering, and I wonder if there wasn't a better way." Catherine nodded. She'd been thinking the same thing. William used to say that sometimes you have to fight for what's right, even when the cost is high. But I don't think he understood how high the cost would be. "None of them did," Ruth said. "They thought it would be glorious. They thought they'd be heroes. They didn't understand that war makes everyone suffer." They sat in silence, finishing their meager meal. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the windows. Inside, wounded men moaned and cried out in their sleep. "We should get back to work," Catherine said finally. "We should," Ruth agreed. They stood, straightened their aprons, and went back to the wards. Because the work never ended. The suffering never ended. All they could do was try to ease it, one patient at a time. In the prisoner of war camp, Patrick Callahan was watching men die. January was the worst month yet. The cold was relentless, the food scarcer than ever, the disease unchecked. Men died in their sleep, died standing in line for rations, died while walking across the camp. Their bodies were collected each morning and hauled away on carts. Patrick had stopped counting the dead. There were too many. Every day brought new losses, new faces gone, new graves dug. He was sick himself, some kind of fever that left him weak and shaking. He couldn't keep food down, couldn't get warm, couldn't think straight. He lay in his tent and wondered if this was how he'd die, alone and forgotten in a Union prison camp. But he didn't die. Somehow, impossibly, he survived. The fever broke after a week, leaving him weak but alive. He forced himself to eat, to move, to keep going. "You're too stubborn to die, Callahan," one of the other prisoners said, half joking, half serious. "Damn right," Patrick said, his voice hoarse. He thought about his mother, about Nora, about home. He thought about the promise he'd made. He thought about Catherine Whitfield and wondered if she was still alive, still working at the hospital. still fighting her own battle. He hoped she was. He hoped someone was winning something, somewhere, because it sure as hell wasn't happening here. February 1865. In Mobile, Elijah Freeman was preparing for freedom. He'd known it was coming for months now. The Confederacy was dying. The Union was winning. And when the Union won, slavery would end. It had to. That's what the war was about, whatever anyone else said. He'd been saving money, hiding it away in a tin buried in his backyard. He'd been making plans, thinking about what he'd do when freedom came. He'd keep his carpentry business, expand it if he could. He'd make sure Samuel got a real education, not just the scraps Elijah could teach him. He'd build a life for his family, a real life, as free people. Hannah was more cautious. "Don't get your hopes up too high," she warned. "Freedom doesn't mean everything will be easy. White folks aren't going to accept us as equals." "I know," Elijah said, "but it's a start. It's more than we've ever had before." Samuel, now 12, was old enough to understand what was happening. "When we're free, can I go to a real school?" he asked. "Yes," Elijah promised. "When we're free, you'll go to a real school. You'll learn everything you want to learn. You'll have opportunities I never had. What about you and Mama?" "We'll be fine," Elijah said, though he wasn't entirely sure it was true. "We'll figure it out. We always do." He went back to work, building furniture for white families who could still afford to pay. He smiled, nodded, and said yes, sir, and no, ma'am, like he always had. But inside, he was counting the days until he'd never have to do that again. Freedom was coming. He could feel it. At the hospital, Catherine was becoming a leader. Dr. Morrison had come to rely on her completely. When he was overwhelmed, which was most of the time, he'd send Catherine to handle cases he couldn't get to. When supplies ran short, he'd ask Catherine to figure out how to make do. When new nurses arrived, he'd have Catherine train them. "You should have been a doctor," he told her one afternoon, watching her expertly clean and dress a complicated wound. "You have the skill for it. Women can't be doctors," Catherine said automatically. "They should be able to." "Doctor?" Morrison shook his head. "This war has proven that women are just as capable as men. More capable in some cases. When this is over, things are going to have to change." Catherine didn't respond. She'd stopped thinking about when this is over. The war had been going on for so long, it felt like it would never end. Like this was just life now, hunger and cold and death and endless work. But then, in late February, something changed. A new patient arrived. A Union soldier who'd been wounded in a skirmish outside the city. The guards brought him to the hospital because there was nowhere else to take him. Catherine stared at the blue uniform, feeling a complicated mix of emotions. This was the enemy, the people who'd killed William, who'd destroyed her city, who'd brought all this suffering. But he was also a wounded man who needed help. She cleaned his wound, bandaged it, and gave him water. He looked at her with grateful eyes. "Thank you, ma'am. I didn't expect. I'm the enemy. You're a patient," Catherine said firmly. "That's all that matters." Dr. Morrison watched from across the room, a slight smile on his face. Later, he said, "You're a better person than most, Miss Whitfield. A better person than I am. Certainly. I'm just doing my job," Catherine said. But it was more than that, and she knew it. She'd learned something in these years of war, something important. Suffering was suffering, regardless of which uniform you wore. Pain was pain. Death was death. And healing was the only thing that mattered. March 1865. Spring came slowly, reluctantly, as if even the weather was exhausted by the war. In Mobile, people waited. They knew the end was coming. Union forces were gathering, preparing for a final assault. The city's defenses were weak, the garrison understaffed and undersupplied. When the attack came, Mobile would fall. It was just a matter of time. Catherine worked longer hours, knowing that when the battle started, the hospital would be overwhelmed. She stockpiled what supplies she could, prepared extra beds, and trained the newer nurses in emergency procedures. You think it'll be soon? Ruth asked one evening. Yes, Catherine said. I think it'll be very soon. She was right. Chapter 19. April 1865. The attack on Fort Blakely began on April 2nd. Union forces, over 16,000 men, surrounded the fort, which fewer than 4,000 Confederate soldiers defended. The outcome was never in doubt. It was just a matter of how long the defenders could hold out. The bombardment started at dawn. Catherine heard the guns from the hospital, a distant thunder that rattled the windows. She knew what it meant. The final battle had begun. All right, everyone, she called out to the staff. Prepare for casualties. This is going to be bad. They worked quickly and efficiently, setting up extra beds, organizing supplies, and preparing for the flood of wounded they knew was coming. The first casualties arrived by mid-morning men wounded in the initial bombardment, carried in on stretchers or limping on their own. Catherine and Ruth worked side by side, triaging, treating, and moving from patient to patient with practiced efficiency. More wounded arrived throughout the day. The wards filled up. They set up beds in the hallways, storage rooms, and anywhere they could find space. Still more wounded came. Dr. Morrison worked until he was swaying on his feet. Catherine forced him to rest, taking over his cases, making decisions she'd never been authorized to make. But there was no time for protocol. There was only the work. The bombardment continued for days. The sound of the guns was constant, a background noise that never stopped. Catherine worked through it, slept through it when she could sleep at all, woke to it every morning. On April 9th, the Union forces launched their final assault. It lasted 15 minutes. The Confederate defenders, outnumbered and exhausted, were overwhelmed. Some surrendered, some fled, some died fighting. The casualties that arrived at the hospital that evening were the worst Catherine had ever seen. Men with limbs blown off, men with their faces destroyed, men with wounds so terrible she didn't know where to start. She worked through the night, through the next day, through the night again. She lost track of time. There was only the endless parade of wounded men, the blood, the screams, the desperate attempts to save lives. Some she saved, many she couldn't. One young soldier, barely 18, grabbed her hand as he was dying. "Tell my mama," he whispered. "Tell her I was brave." "You were," Catherine said, tears streaming down her face. "You were so brave." He died holding her hand. She closed his eyes, said a prayer, and moved on to the next patient. Because that's what you did. You kept going. Patrick Callahan heard about the fall of Fort Blakely from the guards at the prison camp. "Your boys got whipped," one of them said, grinning. "Blakely fell in 15 minutes. Mobile's next." Patrick felt something twist in his chest. Mobile. His home. His mother and sister were there. Catherine Whitfield was there, if she was still alive. And now the Union was coming for it. "What'll happen to the city?" he asked. The guard shrugged. "Depends. If they surrender, probably nothing. If they fight." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. Patrick lay awake that night, staring at the canvas roof of his tent, thinking about Mobile, thinking about his family, praying they'd survive whatever was coming. On April 12th, 1865, Mobile surrendered. The Confederate forces evacuated the city, marching north to join what was left of the army. The Union forces entered without firing a shot, taking control of the docks, the forts, and the government buildings. Catherine watched from the hospital as blue-uniformed soldiers marched through the streets. She felt numb. It was over. After 4 years, it was finally over. But the work wasn't. The wounded still needed care. The sick still required medicine. The dying still needed comfort. She went back inside and got to work. Elijah Freeman stood in his backyard and watched the Union soldiers march past. Hannah stood beside him, holding his hand. Samuel stood on his other side, his eyes wide. "Are we free now, Papa?" Samuel asked. Elijah looked at his son, at the hope and fear in his young face. "Yes," he said, "we're free now." Hannah squeezed his hand. "What do? We live," Elijah said. We build. We make a life for ourselves. A real life. He didn't know what that would look like. Didn't know what challenges they'd face, what obstacles they'd have to overcome. But they were free. That was a start. That was everything. The news of Lee's surrender at Appomattox reached Mobile a few days later. The war was over. The Confederacy was dead. People reacted in different ways. Some wept. Some celebrated quietly. Some just sat in stunned silence, unable to process what it meant. Catherine felt nothing. She was too tired to feel anything. She just kept working because the work never ended. Then, on April 15th, news arrived that made everyone stop and stare in disbelief. President Lincoln had been assassinated. Catherine heard the news from a Union officer who came to the hospital. "The president is dead," he said, his voice hollow. "Shot at a theater in Washington. He died this morning." The hospital went silent. Even the wounded men stopped talking, stopped moving, absorbing the news. Lincoln was dead. The man who'd led the Union through the war, who'd freed the slaves, who'd held the country together, he was gone. "What happens now?" someone asked. No one had an answer. Chapter 20. April 1865. The Union occupation of Mobile was surprisingly orderly. The soldiers who'd taken the city were disciplined, under strict orders not to loot or harass civilians. They set up headquarters in government buildings, posted guards at key locations, and began restoring order. But it was still an occupation. Blue uniformed soldiers patrolled the streets. Union flags flew from the buildings. The city that had been Confederate for 4 years was now firmly under federal control. Catherine watched it all with a strange detachment. She'd spent so long focused on the hospital, on the wounded, that the larger political situation felt distant and unreal. The war was over. The South had lost. Life would go on. But what kind of life? The hospital was still full of wounded men, Confederate and Union, both now. Catherine treated them all the same, not caring about uniforms or politics. They were all just men who needed help. A Union surgeon arrived to take charge of the hospital. Major William Garrett was a competent, no-nonsense man in his 40s who'd seen action throughout the war. He took one look at the overcrowded wards, the exhausted staff, and the limited supplies, and immediately began organizing improvements. "You've done remarkable work here," he told Dr. Morrison and Catherine. "Under impossible conditions. I'm impressed." "We did what we could," Dr. Morrison said wearily. Major Garrett turned to Catherine. "And you, Miss Whitfield, I've heard about you from the patients. They say you're the best nurse in Mobile." Catherine felt her face flush. "I just do my job, sir." "You do more than that." Garrett studied her thoughtfully. "How would you feel about continuing to work here, under Union administration? Of course. We need experienced staff, and you clearly have the skills." Catherine glanced at Dr. Morrison, who nodded encouragingly. Yes, I want to continue." "Good," Garrett smiled. "We'll discuss the details later. For now, keep doing what you're doing." As he walked away, Ruth appeared at Catherine's elbow. Well, looks like you've got an admirer." "He's just being professional," Catherine said. "Mm-hmm." Ruth's eyes twinkled. "If you say so." Catherine shook her head, but she couldn't help smiling. It felt strange to smile. She hadn't done it in so long. The Whitfield family slowly adjusted to the new reality. Thomas had lost his job when the Confederate government collapsed. He spent his days at home, reading old newspapers, staring out the window, saying little. The defeat had broken something in him. Margaret tried to keep the household running, but it was hard. They had almost no money, and food was still scarce. The Union authorities had promised to bring in supplies, but it would take time. Catherine gave them what she could from her salary, which was now being paid in Union currency, worth far more than Confederate money had been. It helped, but it wasn't enough. "I should look for work," Thomas said one evening, his voice flat. "I should do something." "You will," Margaret said gently, "when you're ready." But Catherine wondered if he'd ever be ready. The war had taken everything from him, his business, his wealth, his son, his pride. What was left? She thought about William, about the future they'd planned. She thought about all the things that had been lost, all the dreams that had died. But she also thought about the work she was doing, the lives she was saving. That was something. That mattered. Maybe it was enough. May 1865. In late April, the prisoners at the Nashville camp were told they'd be released. Patrick could barely believe it. After months of cold and hunger and death, after watching so many friends die, after giving up hope so many times, they were finally going home. The process took weeks. There were thousands of prisoners to process, papers to fill out, oaths of allegiance to sign. Patrick signed everything they put in front of him. He didn't care about politics anymore. He just wanted to go home. Finally, in early May, he was given a travel pass and put on a train heading south. The journey took days. The train was crowded with former prisoners, all of them gaunt and ragged, all of them desperate to get home. They shared what little food they had, told stories about where they were from, and speculated about what they'd find when they arrived. Patrick said little. He was too tired to talk, too overwhelmed that he was actually going home. The train reached Mobile on May 8th. Patrick stepped off onto the platform and just stood there, breathing in the familiar smell of the bay, the salt air, the city he'd left 3 years ago. He was home. He walked through streets that looked the same but felt different. There were Union soldiers everywhere. Buildings were damaged. People looked thin and tired. But it was still Mobile. It was still home. He made his way to Ann Street, to the little house where he'd grown up. His hands were shaking as he knocked on the door. His mother opened it. She stared at him for a long moment, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Then she screamed and threw her arms around him, sobbing. "Patrick! Oh, God! Patrick! You're alive! You're alive!" Nora came running, then hugged him too, both of them crying, all of them holding each other. "I'm home, Ma," Patrick said, his own tears falling. "I'm home." They went inside. The house was smaller than he remembered, shabbier. His mother and sister looked thin and worn, but they were alive. They'd survived. "We thought you were dead," his mother said, touching his face as if to make sure he was real. "We heard Fort Morgan fell, and then nothing. No word. We thought I was a prisoner," Patrick explained, "in a camp in Nashville. They just released us." "You're so thin," Nora said, her voice breaking. "Patrick, you're so thin." "I'll fatten up," he said, trying to smile. "Now that I'm home, I'll be fine." They sat around the small table, and his mother made tea, honest tea. Somehow, a luxury Patrick hadn't tasted in months. They talked for hours, catching up, sharing stories, filling in the gaps of the years they'd been apart. His mother told him about the hardships, the hunger, the fear. Nora told him about working in the factory, about the boys who'd courted her and been turned away. They told him about the surrender, about the Union occupation, about trying to survive in a defeated city. Patrick told them about the war, though he left out the worst parts. He didn't tell them about the men he'd seen die, about the submarine that had killed Horace Hunley, about the cold and hunger of the prison camp. Some things were better left unsaid. "What will you do now?" his mother asked. "I don't know," Patrick admitted. "Find work, I suppose. Help you and Nora. Figure out how to live in this new world." "It is a new world," his mother said quietly. "Everything's changed." "Not everything," Patrick said, taking her hand. "We're still here. We're still family. That hasn't changed." She squeezed his hand, tears in her eyes. "No, that hasn't changed." Catherine heard about the prisoners returning from Ruth, who'd heard it from a Union soldier. "They're releasing the Confederate prisoners," Ruth said, "sending them home. Some of them are already arriving in Mobile." Catherine felt her heart skip. Patrick Callahan had been captured at Fort Morgan. If he'd survived the prison camp, he might be coming home. She told herself not to hope. So many men had died in those camps. The chances that Patrick had survived were slim. But she couldn't help wondering. She was working late one evening when a man in a ragged Confederate uniform appeared in the hospital doorway. He was thin, almost skeletal, his face gaunt and bearded. But there was something familiar about him. "Excuse me," he said, his voice hoarse. "I'm looking for, I heard there was a nurse here. Catherine Whitfield?" Catherine looked up from the bandage she was wrapping. Her breath caught. "Patrick?" He smiled weakly. "Hello, Catherine." She crossed the room in 3 steps and hugged him, not caring about propriety or what anyone thought. He was alive. After everything, he was alive. "I thought you were dead," she said, pulling back to look at him. "I thought. After Fort Morgan, I was captured. Spent the last 8 months in a prison camp." He looked around the hospital, at the wounded men, at the busy nurses. "But I'm home now. And I heard you were here. So I thought. I wanted to see you, to make sure you were all right." "I'm all right," Catherine said. Patrick, I'm so glad you're alive." They stood there for a moment, just looking at each other. So much had changed. They'd both been through so much. But here they were, still standing, still alive. "I heard about Captain Beaumont," Patrick said quietly. "I'm sorry. I know you cared for him." Catherine felt the familiar ache in her chest. "I did. He was a good man." "He was." Patrick hesitated. "Catherine, I know this isn't the time, but I wanted you to know. I've thought about you. All through the war, in the prison camp, thinking about you kept me going." Catherine looked at him, at this man who'd survived so much, who'd come to find her as soon as he got home. She thought about William, about the love she'd lost. She thought about the future, about what came next. "I've thought about you too," she said softly. "I'm glad you're home, Patrick." "So am I." They talked for a while longer, catching up, sharing stories. Then Patrick left, promising to come back and visit. Catherine watched him go, feeling something she hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. Elijah Freeman walked into the Union headquarters on May 15th, 1865, and asked to register as a free man. The clerk, a young Union soldier, looked up at him in surprise. "You're already free. The war is over. Slavery's abolished." "I know," Elijah said, "but I want it official. I want papers that say I'm free, that my family is free. I want it in writing." The clerk shrugged and pulled out a form. Name? Elijah Freeman. Age? 38. Occupation? Carpenter. The clerk filled out the form, stamped it, and handed it to Elijah. "There you go. You're officially a free man." Elijah took the paper, staring at it. It was just a piece of paper, just words on a page, but it meant everything. He walked home slowly, holding the paper carefully. When he got there, Hannah and Samuel were waiting. "Did you get it?" Hannah asked. Elijah held up the paper. "We're free. Officially, legally free." Hannah started crying. Samuel whooped and jumped up and down. Elijah just stood there, holding the paper, feeling its weight. They were free. After generations of slavery, after years of hoping and planning and waiting, they were finally free. "What do we do now?" Samuel asked. Elijah looked at his son, at the hope and excitement in his young face. "Now we build. We make a life for ourselves. We show the world what free people can do. Can I go to school?" "Yes," Elijah promised. "You'll go to school. You'll learn everything you want to learn. You'll have opportunities I never had." He looked at Hannah, at the tears streaming down her face. "We're going to be all right," he said. "It won't be easy, but we're going to be all right." She nodded, unable to speak. They stood together in their small house, holding each other, holding the paper that said they were free. It was a beginning, just a beginning, but it was theirs. Chapter 21, June 1865. The city slowly came back to life. Union authorities brought in food and supplies. The markets reopened. People started rebuilding, repairing, trying to put their lives back together. It wasn't easy. The economy was shattered. Many families had lost everything, and the social order had been completely upended. But life went on. It always did. Catherine continued working at the hospital, now officially employed by the Union Army Medical Department. Major Garrett had been impressed enough with her work to offer her a permanent position with a real salary. she'd accepted gratefully. The hospital was slowly emptying as patients recovered and were discharged. The war was over, so there were no new battle casualties, just the usual accidents and illnesses, which seemed almost mundane after years of treating gunshot wounds and amputations. Catherine found herself with time to think, to process everything that had happened. The grief over William's death was still there, but it had softened somehow, become more bearable. She could remember him now without breaking down, could think about their time together with gratitude rather than just pain. Patrick came to visit her regularly. He'd found work at the shipyard, the same one where his father had died, now being rebuilt under union contracts. The work was hard, but he was grateful to have it. They'd walk along the bay in the evenings, talking about everything and nothing. About the war, about the future, about their hopes and fears. They were becoming friends, real friends, in a way they'd never been before the war. "Do you ever think about leaving?" Patrick asked one evening as they watched the sun set over the water. "Going somewhere else? Starting over?" "Sometimes," Catherine admitted. "But this is home. For better or worse, this is where I belong." "I feel the same way." Patrick was quiet for a moment. "Catherine, I need to tell you something. I've been wanting to say this for a while, but I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if it was too soon, or if you'd want to hear it." Catherine's heart started beating faster. "What is it?" "I care about you. I've cared about you for years, since before the war. I know you loved Captain Beaumont, and I'm not trying to replace him, but I wanted you to know how I feel. I wanted to be honest with you." Catherine looked at him, at this man who'd survived so much, who'd come home and immediately sought her out. She thought about William, about the love she'd lost. She thought about the future, about what she wanted her life to be. "I care about you too," she said softly. "I don't know what that means yet. I don't know if I'm ready for anything more than friendship. But I care about you, Patrick. You're important to me." "That's enough," Patrick said, smiling. "That's more than enough." They stood together, watching the sun sink below the horizon, and Catherine felt something she hadn't felt in a long time: peace. The Whitfield family was slowly finding their footing. Thomas had finally found work as a bookkeeper for a shipping company, ironically, one that Northern investors now owned. The pay wasn't great, but it was steady and in real currency. They could afford to eat regularly again. Margaret had stopped taking in sewing and was focusing on managing the household. She'd aged during the war, her hair gone gray, her face lined. But there was a strength in her now that hadn't been there before. She'd survived the worst, and she knew she could survive whatever came next. James had come home in late May, thin and exhausted but alive. He'd been with Lee's army at Appomattox, had been there for the surrender. He didn't talk much about the war, but Catherine could see the shadows in his eyes. He'd found work as a clerk, like his father. It was humble work for a man who'd been an officer, but he didn't complain. He was just grateful to be alive, to be home. The family gathered for dinner one evening in their small cottage. It was a simple meal, beans and cornbread and a bit of salt pork, but it was more than they'd had during the worst of the war. "I've been thinking," Thomas said, breaking the comfortable silence, "about the future, about what we do now." "What do you mean?" Margaret asked. "I mean, we can't go back to the way things were. That world is gone. But we can build something new, something different." He looked around the table at his family. "We survived. That's more than many families can say. We should be grateful for that." "I am grateful," Catherine said, "every day." "So am I," James added quietly. Thomas nodded. "Then let's move forward. Let's build a new life in this new world. It won't be easy, but we'll do it together." Margaret reached across the table and took his hand. "Together," she agreed. Catherine looked at her family, battered, changed, but still here, still together, and felt a surge of love and gratitude. They'd lost so much, but they still had each other. That was something. That was everything. Elijah Freeman's carpentry business was thriving. With the city rebuilding, there was more work than he could handle. He'd hired 2 assistants, both freedmen like himself, and was training them in the trade. The money was good, better than he'd ever made before. Samuel was now attending school, a school for colored children run by Northern missionaries. He was learning to read and write correctly, and studying arithmetic, history, and geography. He came home every day, bursting with excitement about what he'd learned. "Did you know there are colored people who are doctors?" he asked one evening at dinner. "And lawyers? And teachers?" The teacher said, "We can be anything we want now that we're free." "That's right," Elijah said, smiling at his son's enthusiasm. "You can be anything you want. You just have to work hard and never give up." "I'm going to be a teacher," Samuel declared. "I'm going to teach other colored children, help them learn." Hannah smiled, tears in her eyes. "That's a fine goal, baby. A fine goal." Later, after Samuel had gone to bed, Elijah and Hannah sat on their small porch, enjoying the cool evening air. "Do you think it'll last?" Hannah asked quietly. "This freedom? Or will they find a way to take it back?" "I don't know," Elijah admitted. "But I know we have to fight to keep it. We have to build something so strong they can't tear it down." "How do we do that?" "By succeeding. By showing them we're just as capable as anyone else. By making sure our children have opportunities we never had." He took her hand. "By never giving up." Hannah squeezed his hand. "Never giving up. I can do that." They sat together in the darkness, listening to the city's sounds and thinking about the future. It was uncertain, full of challenges and obstacles, but it was theirs. And that made all the difference. July 1865. On a warm July evening, Catherine and Patrick walked along the bay, watching the ships in the harbor. "It's strange," Catherine said, "seeing Union ships in our harbor, seeing Union soldiers in our streets. It still doesn't feel real sometimes." "I know what you mean," Patrick said, "but it is real. This is our life now. We have to accept it and move forward." "I am moving forward," Catherine said. "I'm just not sure where I'm going." Patrick stopped walking and turned to face her. "Catherine, I know you're not ready for this. I know it's too soon, but I need to say it anyway, because life is short and uncertain, and I don't want to waste any more time." Catherine's heart started pounding. "Patrick, I love you," he said. "I've loved you for years. I know you loved Captain Beaumont, and I'm not asking you to forget him, but I'm asking you to consider a future with me. Not now, not right away, but someday, when you're ready." Catherine looked at him, at the hope and fear in his eyes. She thought about William, about the love she'd lost. She thought about Patrick, about his kindness and strength, and the way he'd survived so much. She thought about the future, about what she wanted her life to be. "I can't promise you anything," she said slowly. "I can't promise I'll ever be ready. The war took so much from me, Patrick. I don't know if I have anything left to give." "You don't have to give me anything," Patrick said. "Just let me be part of your life. Let me be your friend, your companion. Let me support you while you heal. That's all I'm asking." Catherine felt tears welling up. "You're a good man, Patrick Callahan. A better man than I deserve." "That's not true." He reached out and gently wiped away a tear that had escaped down her cheek. "You're the strongest, bravest person I know. You saved lives while I was trying to survive. You made a difference. You mattered." "So did you," Catherine said. "You survived. You came home. You kept your promise to your mother. That matters too." They stood there for a long moment, just looking at each other. Then Catherine made a decision. "Ask me again," she said. "In a year. Ask me again, and I'll give you an answer." Patrick smiled, hope lighting up his face. "I can wait a year. I can wait as long as you need." "Thank you," Catherine said softly. They continued their walk, side by side, not touching but close. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. The bay was calm, the water reflecting the colors of the sky. It was beautiful. Despite everything, despite the war, the death, the loss, the world was still beautiful. And that gave Catherine hope. Hope that maybe, someday, she could be happy again. Hope that maybe, someday, she could love again. Not today, not tomorrow, but someday. And for now, that was enough. Epilogue. Spring 1866. The magnolias were blooming again. Catherine stood in the hospital garden, breathing in their sweet scent and marveling at how life persisted. A year ago, she'd been numb with grief, exhausted from the war, uncertain about everything. Now, she felt, uh, not happy, exactly, but content, peaceful. The hospital had changed. Major Garrett had returned north, only to be replaced by a civilian administrator. The wards were no longer full of wounded soldiers. They were just regular patients with regular ailments. Catherine was now the head nurse, supervising a staff of 6. Dr. Morrison had retired, his health broken by the war years, and a new doctor had taken his place. But Catherine remained. This was her calling, her purpose. She was good at it, and it mattered. That was enough. Ruth had left Mobile in the fall, heading north to Philadelphia, where her sister lived. They wrote to each other regularly, sharing news and memories. Catherine missed her friend, but she understood. Ruth wanted to build a new life somewhere that hadn't been built on slavery, somewhere she could be truly free. Catherine understood that, too. The Whitfield family had moved to a slightly larger house, still modest but more comfortable. Thomas had been promoted at work. James had gotten engaged to a girl from a good family, not as wealthy as the Whitfields had once been, but respectable. Margaret was planning the wedding, happy to have something joyful to focus on. They were rebuilding, slowly, carefully, but rebuilding nonetheless. The Beaumont family had left Mobile. Colonel Beaumont had taken a position in Atlanta, unable to bear living in the city where his son had died. Before they left, Margaret Beaumont had visited Catherine one last time. "Thank you," she'd said, taking Catherine's hands. "Thank you for loving my son. Thank you for making his last months happy. Thank you for accepting me," Catherine had replied. Even if it was too late, they'd embraced, 2 women bound by shared grief, and then Margaret had left. Catherine never saw her again. But she thought of William often. She kept his letters in a box under her bed, read them sometimes when she needed to remember what love felt like. The pain had faded, but the memory remained. He'd been part of her life, part of her story, and she wouldn't forget him. She heard footsteps behind her and turned to see Patrick approaching. He came to the hospital every day now, walking her home after her shift. They'd grown closer over the past year, their friendship deepening into something more. "Ready to go?" he asked, smiling. "Almost." Catherine took one last look at the magnolias. "Patrick, do you remember what you asked me last summer?" His smile faded, replaced by something more serious. "I remember. You said to ask you again in a year." "I did." Catherine took a deep breath. "I'm ready now. Ask me." Patrick's eyes widened. He took her hands, his grip gentle but firm. "Catherine Whitfield, will you marry me? Will you let me spend the rest of my life trying to make you happy?" Catherine looked at him, at this good man who'd waited patiently, who'd supported her without asking for anything in return. She thought about William, about the love she'd lost. She thought about the future, about the life she wanted to build. "Yes," she said, smiling through sudden tears. "Yes, I'll marry you." Patrick let out a whoop of joy and picked her up, spinning her around. Catherine laughed, really laughed, for the first time in what felt like years. When he set her down, he kissed her gentle, sweet, full of promise. "I love you," he said. "I'll spend every day trying to deserve you." "You already deserve me," Catherine said. "We deserve each other. We survived, Patrick. We made it through. Now we get to live." "Now we get to live," he agreed. They walked home together, hand in hand, talking about the future, about the wedding, about where they'd live, about the life they'd build together. It wouldn't be easy, nothing ever was, but they'd face it together. Catherine thought about all the people who hadn't survived. William, Tommy O'Brien, Horace Hundley, the thousands of soldiers who'd died in battles and prison camps, the civilians who'd starved or succumbed to disease, all the lives cut short, all the futures that would never be. She couldn't bring them back. She couldn't undo the war or erase the suffering, but she could honor their memory by living fully, by building something good, by making her life matter. That's what she'd do. That's what they'd all do, the survivors, the ones who'd made it through. They'd build new lives on the ruins of the old. They'd create something better, something worth all the sacrifice. It wouldn't be perfect. The scars would remain. The memories would linger. But they'd survived. And that meant something. That meant everything. Elijah Freeman stood in front of his new shop, looking up at the sign he just hung, Freeman and Sons Carpentry. Samuel stood beside him, now 13, and already showing promise as a carpenter. "It looks good, Papa." "It does," Elijah agreed. "It looks excellent." The shop was small, but it was his. He'd saved enough money to buy the building, to set up a proper workshop. He had steady work, good employees, and a growing reputation. He was building something that would last, something he could pass on to his son. Hannah came out of the shop, wiping her hands on her apron. She'd been helping him organize the interior, setting up the office where she'd keep the books. "Are you two going to stand out here all day admiring that sign? Or are you going to come inside and get to work?" Elijah laughed. "We're coming." He took one last look at the sign, his name, his business, his future, and felt a surge of pride and gratitude. He was free. His family was free. They were building a life, a real life, and no one could take that away from them. It wouldn't be easy. There were already signs of trouble, white people who resented the freedmen's success, laws being passed to restrict their rights, and violence in some areas. The fight for true equality was far from over. But Elijah was ready for that fight. He'd spent his whole life preparing for it, and he wouldn't give up. Not now. Not ever. He followed Hannah and Samuel into the shop, ready to start the day's work, ready to build the future. Catherine and Patrick were married in August 1866, in a small ceremony at the church where Catherine's family had worshipped for generations. A new beginning. I hope you like the story of Mobile. Be sure to like and subscribe to Sko's Media YouTube channel for more stories by Sylvester Sko Fourroux. Stay right here for Sylvester's Story Playlist.